We're the moms who ask the questions, digging deep, no second guessing. From the school run to the crime scene, truth and chaos, we're the dream team. Bad Kids Club, yeah, we ride or die. Sad eyes sharp and our standards high. Brought together by FKR, now we're taking truth real far. And we're just getting started. Talk time with Amy, Boston, and Kelly, spilling facts that hit your belly. Partners in crime, fueled by conviction. Moms on a mission with sharp intuition. Talk time, we're calling out lies with caffeine, chaos, and side-eye vibes. It's raw, it's real, it's how we vent. Leaning close, let the reckoning commence. This is Talk Time with Amy, Boston, and Kelly, where the tea is hot and the truth cuts.
Hey kids, morning. Happy Adelson Case Day. It's like Christmas. This is one of the last ones. This is the last ones to be tried and hopefully convicted of the murder of Dan Markel. I am so excited for Dan Markel and his family and his sons because his sons deserve to know what happened to their father. And hopefully, once Wendy is indicted, they will go live with the Markel family and live a beautiful, beautiful life. It's good to see everybody here. We haven't quite got people in. We have a new member. Hey, Drew K. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. We have Danny. Danny, always good to see you. Obviously, we have Kelly from from Talk Time with Amy, Boston, and Kelly. I am gonna jump off here in a few minutes because I have to work. I'm working late tonight, so I got the ability to pop on for a second and talk about the Adelson. Opening statements are going to be wild because I cannot wait to hear what the defense has for Donna Adelson. I think her trip to Vietnam is going to seal her deal. One-way ticket at that. It's a one-way ticket. Yeah, is a one-way ticket to prison. She's not a young lady; she's an older lady. So I don't know how much she is going to last in prison. She's already like complained for the past 2 years about her living conditions. Wait until she gets to the actual prison. I've heard it's pretty bad. I'm not prison material. I don't envy her whatsoever. However, I'm gonna stop talking and put it on. I'm looking at the court feed. It's still at the seal, so maybe we can talk for a few more minutes. Who else is excited about today? I was watching Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo with Kathy, who was absolutely hysterical. And I think she called yesterday Donaldson Eve. I loved it. She's like, it's almost like Christmas. Yeah, so hold on. I think my StreamYard is acting up. It is. I don't know if you're chatting. I can't see. Yeah. So today is going to be opening statements. I'm not sure if Florida goes defense first, like we do here in Massachusetts, or if they do prosecution first. But Georgia is a force. Okay. Georgia knows this case better than anybody. Okay. She has literally been the prosecutor for every single one of these trials. There has been, I think, 4 convicted already. Dunn will be the 5th, and then they're coming for you, Wendy. They are coming for you. They are coming for you. All right, guys, I am going to hop off. Like I said, I have to go to work, but I'm going to leave the trial up and feel free to chat, and we'll see you in there. Bye.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Thank you. Everyone recalled. Good job. Juror number one, how did I do on the snacks? You're welcome. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions as to how the trial will take place and also an instruction on note-taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see. For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad. After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific and it is to be uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? Yes, Your Honor. You may proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Wendy and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendy Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light colored Prius at a bank drive-through and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Miami. Came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant. Black Lexus sedan, whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanois's account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice.
Hi, baby. Can you hear
The
me?
defendant kept accounts for.
Can you hear me now?
And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks.
Can you
Despite
pause it?
She did not work there at the time.
Yeah.
Manuel didn't work there.
Is everything
Law
okay?
enforcement noticed.
Yeah,
that
I was just trying to
each
figure
one of
out
the
where we were
44
at
checks
and just
that were
kinda
written
catch
to Catherine
Rosie up real quick.
Magbanua every 2 weeks over the course
Did
of
you
the
take over?
years after the murder.
I tried. It was doing
Yes.
something weird. Did you
by
see
this
it?
defendant.
So hold on. Let me try again. It was doing something weird when I did it. I was like, what the heck's going on
Oh.
right now?
Donna Adelson.
Okay. It's paused.
All right. Let me see if I can do this now.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
a minute
let's-
ago I tried to
let's
do it
catch
and
him
it had
up.
like all kinds of
we
screens
paused.
going.
All right.
Okay, here we go. I gotta figure out which one I'm doing. Okay, Rosie, what do you need to know, bud? Because you are behind, I think. Is that up there? There we go. Okay. Now, let me pause so that we can do it. Okay. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. So Rosie, Donna is Charlie Adelson's and Wendy Adelson's mom.
I took mine off.
Okay. And Charlie is, of course, Wendy's the older brother. And Donna made Wendy Charlie's priority to get rid of her husband, Dan.
Right.
And then Charlie was dating Katie McManawa, whose baby daddy is Siggy Garcia. And
Sigfredo.
Sigfredo. I call him Siggy. I don't know
Sigfredo.
why.
Yeah.
Sigfredo Garcia. And his best friend, who is Luis Rivera, who was actually
Right.
the gang Latin Kings king of Miami.
He was
They
the
were best-
leader.
And they were hired by Katie through Charlie through Donna to kill Dan Markel.
That's right.
They went up twice and they shot him in the face the second time in his driveway after he left the gym. The other thing
Right.
is the only way they're going to know where he was is by Wendy to tell him where they were. So Wendy can say she don't know nothing, but she know everything.
Right.
Make sense?
Right.
And then now we are here because everybody else has already been tried and convicted.
Right. She's the last one so far.
So far. Now, Wendy
So
is
far.
still considered a non-indicted co-conspirator. Which,
Right.
if she gets indicted, which I pray she does because she deserves to be in jail,
Yep.
um,
Sure does.
I believe she is next. And if she gets indicted, she will also be charged with first-degree murder and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Because in Florida, just because you solicit it doesn't mean you get out of it. You still created it. So you are charged with first-degree murder as well.
Amen. Conspiracy is conspiracy, and you are liable for that
Mhm.
conspiracy.
So she will be a solicitation to commit murder and first-degree murder.
That's right.
Wendy told the crew that what his route was that day. When she had to have, because he had the kids and they followed him to, they knew he was at the school. That's where they met up with him and saw him at 9 a.m. She's the
Right.
only one that knew where he was going to be that day and that he had the kids.
Right.
And
And
she
Dave-
had talked to him.
Dave is asking if the father knew everything that was going on. I think he was Demi the dunce and just went along with whatever Donna wanted.
He was
I
a
think
kept
he was part of
husband
the
who provided the
conspiracy
money.
because he knew and did nothing.
I think he was a kept husband who provided the money. He
Mhm.
just did the work and was like, whatever, you do whatever you're doing, what I'm just over here doing the work. And then she was like, okay, go to bed, Harvey. Here's your food, Harvey.
Absolutely. I
Let me
agree.
get you here, Harvey. Hurricane Amy
I
is right. Stacy, Hurricane Amy. She showed up last night.
Oh, were you there?
Cat 2 came flying into to Massachusetts last night, you guys.
It sure the fuck did, and it had to happen. It had to fucking happen.
When's the last time you guys had a hurricane hit like that? I don't know. It's been a while, huh? Sandy? Was Sandy the last hurricane to hit?
Oh, you caught the replay. I mean, listen, I have no regrets. I have zero regrets. That needed to be said. It's been almost a year in the making, and I'm sick of it. Like, leave me alone. Yeah.
And I'm sure you guys are going to hear all about it on other channels. So just send us links.
I'm sure.
Or send us screenshots when you do.
Send us screen recordings, and we can we can reply if you want me to. Does he want that?
I'm a kept husband, but my job is to turn out the lights and the fans and take out the trash. That's exactly what a kept husband does, Rosie.
Yeah, it needed to be said. Thank you, Stacy. Listen, people who don't like me, don't fucking like me. Don't watch my channel. Don't watch our channel. Bye.
We
Stay
gained
out of my
subs last
orbit.
night. What are you talking about?
We gained subs last night. They were like, me
subscribe,
too.
Subscribe. We like these people. Subscribe.
Yeah.
I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her for airing it out because it's been.
And I felt like I took tact with it. I could have done a lot worse.
You could have been a lot worse. Trust me.
I could have been a lot worse.
Trust me. You were very tactful.
A lot worse.
You were very tactful. And I was very proud of you.
Thanks.
Although Sherry was calling out my facial expressions, I'm like, I can't. I have no facial expressions.
Shari knows. Shari's no fool.
That's
yeah,
right,
and you had to say our PSP, and I haven't for so long, and people have been dragging me right, left, and sideways on platforms I don't even go on. So they can do that. They don't know me, and they don't know the whole story.
Right there. Facts on facts. Where's the lie?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And you know what? The ones that loved us came over and have stayed with us and have been with us the whole time.
I love you guys all. Like, it had nothing to do with, like, I love all of our bad kids, but there are some people that infiltrate us to get information and shit, and that is so childish and fucking creepy. So if you keep doing it,
what are we doing to give you information? That's the only thing I want.
What am I doing? I'm a mother going through fucking medical issues, and I work full time. Like, fuck out of my face.
Although Baker and Valhalla were talking about you and me, because I was in his chat on my phone, and because I wanted to see what happened with that warrant they issued for the last witness over there, and so I was in his chat, and then Valhalla, I said I got you on my phone and Amy on the computer, and Valhalla was like, "Oh look, Kelly's here. Amy's not. She hates you, Baker."
I love Baker. I love
she's
me
working,
some Baker.
Valhalla. She's working. Give her a break.
I really have to jump off though because I'm working. I'll be in chat. Okay.
No, I just
love you guys.
To say
I'll be back
and kind of switch it over. I'm going to leave here at like 1:50 to go get Declan, but I'm going to leave it running on my computer. So
okay, I got
I'll
you.
just leave it up, and if you jump on, you jump on. Whoever's watching until I get back. So
okay, love you.
Bye. All right, love you, girl. All right. Anybody else have any questions before I start it again? Okay, I'll be on screen, but I'll be on mute. So, good okay. Artichokes.
And then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois. And then from his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to the shooter, Garcia. And then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having McBanois act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine McBanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on to, he's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about, The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magbanwa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Katie, Catherine Magbanwa, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magbanua. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Magbanua about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives Magbanua very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Magbanua the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed, and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanua then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanua to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanua then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words. They're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanua was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man, causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanua said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam, and she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel. After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case, but when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right, briefly approach. Before the defense gives its opening statement, we are going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Hello, guys. Hello. Good morning. How is everybody today? My Kimmy, my Stacy. Dave is still in here. We've got all of our buddies. So apparently defense is taking a break. God forbid they work.
Gallery or the observers need to use the restroom, please do so at this point, so that way when the defense is ready, we can continue moving on seamlessly. We'll resume again at 10:20.
We had some Zooms, but apparently they did not come back at 10:20 because it's 10:27. So we are here. So I don't know who was in here last night and they heard me talk about the state of Florida. Actually, in the middle of the night, 2 nights ago, went and covered or took some crosswalks out. And one of the crosswalks that they took out was the Pulse nightclub's crosswalk. That was painted rainbow and has been since they passed away. I lost a friend at Pulse named Eddie Justice. He's one of the 49 victims. We were really good friends, and so I was very upset last night that they were doing that. And apparently downtown Orlando had a protest last night, and they were protesting, and our mayor is supporting all of it. And they want us all, they're trying to get the crosswalk put back in. So that makes me very happy, because it's a political thing on why they took it out. So I don't believe that, oh God, it's raining. Are my dogs inside? Okay, the dogs are inside. I just saw like a white sheet of rain come down. But so our buddy Dyer is supporting it. And he said that he's like, the state of Florida might be trying to erase the victims, but this is affecting our community, and this is something our community needs. And you can make other things political. Don't take 49 lives. One of the biggest mass shootings in United history at the time was the biggest mass shooting in United States history, where we lost tons of our community. They deserve to be recognized. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the city of Orlando right now. Makes me happy. And I'm proud of the community standing up for what they believe in. And if I would have known, I would have been there, but I didn't know until this morning. Apparently they were, a bunch of the members of the community went out with sidewalk chalk and filled in the new crosswalk with sidewalk chalk and rainbow colors last night as part of the protest. So another thing is like, people who were killed at Pulse, they weren't all LGBTQ community. There was a lot of straight people that were killed that night too. So, I mean, Pulse was somewhere, it was considered a gay club, but straight, we all went. I've been there. It wasn't something that was odd for people to go. They had great Latin nights and things like that. So everybody had a good time when they were there. So I was a little shocked. What's everybody up to? What's the news, crew? Am I by myself? Am I talking to myself? You guys hear the birdies? It is pouring outside right now, guys. Working, biatch. Stop working. Come hang out with me. I'm just kidding. I know you're working. I know you and Amy both working. I had Baker on my phone. I had to listen to the runaway witness that didn't want to come in. They had to arrest her last night to make her come in. That was fun, actually. Don't fight with it. Usually if you fight with it, Stacey, they're going to win, because, I mean, anything I touch, it's going to win besides me. So, but my birdies my bird has been singing like this all morning, and all the stuff he's singing is what my husband has taught him to sing. So we call him Tweet Tweet, and he'll go, hey, Tweet Tweet, Tweet Tweet. Let's see if I can redo it. Hey, Tweet Tweet, Tweet Tweet. He's not gonna do it, I guarantee it. Tweet Tweet. Hey, Tweet Tweet. Tweet Tweet. Oh, he heard me. Tweet Tweet. Hey, Tweet Tweet. Hey, Tweet Tweet. What's she doing? Watch, I'll ignore him and he'll do it now. That's what. My husband's teaching him the Star Wars song now. He was doing it earlier this morning. Hey, Tweet Tweet. Is hear it? Did you hear it? Okay, well that shut the bird up. Did you guys hear that? Lightning and thunder. Lightning, thunder. A tweet tweet. Let's see if I can find while we're waiting on this. What the heck? Or oh, it's somehow it's not on. I was like, why is it working?
Be some Pop Goes the Weasel musical chairs, whatever your variation is of that.
Fighting with a computer over here. It's interesting to me, though, that the second chair is doing the opening statement. And I know that the second chair is doing an opening statement for the defense, too, because I just went and looked to see what was wrong, why nothing was happening. Apparently, I don't know how to work YouTube today. So, but yeah, the disgraced judge that owns a funeral home as well and runs her law practice out of a funeral home will be doing the opening statements for Donna. So Judge Everett.
14 people who wrangling the bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
What did he just say? Something about the bathroom.
The trial. 14 people who wrangling the bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
Hi, Chica. You popped up. Jury had to pee. I know. They're all wrangling in the bathroom. Peaches. Stop it. Beautiful. Beautiful friend. Beautiful. I'm sure I can probably zoom it. I was just letting it go.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. This is wild.
Apparently it
What
takes
is
there's no bathrooms
I
there.
cannot wait until we hear Donna Adelson's defense opening.
Well, it's about to
Like,
happen. And it's the second chair that's doing it, which is shocking to me.
it is shocking. But you know, Georgia's probably getting ready for like the big guns, you know? I
Yeah.
think Donna's she's gonna get up there on her own defense.
Oh,
You're going to hear that
there she is.
here.
Where does she come from? Chopped up out of
All
nowhere.
right, I'm hopping
so
down
that
for
he
now.
could get,
All right.
at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for more important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendy moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens to divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh.
Clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is a surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawah, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100. Well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th. And on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed. And they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is. And I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder. That she engaged these men to kill him. And that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. Ms. Zalman, if you could take down the easels at this time. Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls James Dagger. May I reposition the lectern, Judge?
Geiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine the direction.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trescott.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now. I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024, 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room, looking out towards Trescott Drive, out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And
All right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
okay.
Do you recognize these photographs,
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I ask to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
If we could publish states 1, please. All right, sir. So if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please. What we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here. If that's of any assistance to you, push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
Publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction. towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay. So something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction to the right of the photograph or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
Okay, so out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up. The car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the driver's side window had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4. I'm going to draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish state 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish state 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's, if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 4.
Any objection to States 4?
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light colored vehicle.
I'm gonna approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize State's 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce State's 5, Your Honor?
No objection. States 5 is admitted.
Publishing State's 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendy, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendy had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
What's your emergency?
It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, the T.
Okay, the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 850-2.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out. And I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what. I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I gave you mine. I don't know that the address is next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with it?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211-2116.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer,
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination for Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir. Is he released from his subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir. Please call your next witness.
State calls David Sims.
Judge, before he's just asking me to approach, please.
Please approach. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, SIMS,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes,
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes,
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
All I'm gonna publish states 7, please. That's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being opened, right?
correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said, Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said, Daniel, again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car. I
Let me
removed
pause you there and approach and show you what I marked as states 8 through 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce states 8 through 10. No objection.
States 8 through 10 are admitted.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to pull out, turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
Okay, and were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, I when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there and pulled it out and set it on the ground so they can make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not
there?
in my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the
That
eyeglasses?
was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law
No,
enforcement?
I am retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please. Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what I've marked as states 121 and 122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are those the two halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 122 and 123.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
What were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. It'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay, any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Published states 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 126 is admitted.
I publish.
Right.
And the glass evidence, is that consistent with a gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please. Publish 19. Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 22 through 24. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, States Exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes. Yes.
Publish the next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to be the unburnt gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity, and it will tattoo or stain the skin.
States Exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Clark.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Thank you. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, Clark.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Virginia States 25 through 34. Take a moment to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 25 through 34, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Publish 25, please.
Before you publish, if the parties can briefly approach. A brief break before we continue with the examination of Dr. Clark. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
You guys, that fake ass cry. That fake ass cry. What the hell? Do you see her crying like, oh, my Danny, my Danny. I love Giselle. Bullshit. Bish. Oh, God almighty. The drama. It's seriously, if she could put her hand up above her forehead and be like, Danny. Oh, Danny. Danny, Donna loves you, Danny. Bullshit. Stop that shit. Stop it right now. Fake ass bullshit is what that is. She's over there. Kiss my butt, woman. You freaking showed the text how you're going to pay him $1 million and how we're going to take his picture. And we're going to put the kids' pictures in front of a Catholic church in Tallahassee. We're going to dress them like Nazis. Oh, you know, that's why they called the bathroom now. She's like, oh, Clench. Clench. Didn't think it was going to hurt this bad. Come on. Seriously. I have no sympathy for her. Wait, they're putting everything on Charlie. It's an Academy Award. And the winner for most dramatic episode is Donna Adelson. Yay! They are literally putting everything on Charlie. Charlie did it. Charlie did all of it. Charlie owned the dental office. What? When did Charlie own the dental? I'd never heard that before. I heard it was Herbie who owned the dental office. I didn't know Charlie all of a sudden. It was this man who owned it. It was him paying her paychecks. She just wrote the checks. He didn't get the... Smatahari, I love you. What are you doing? You're so funny. I mean, do you love how they're making her look like a grandma, like this sweet little innocent grandma, and now her hair's grown out gray, and she's just, oh, now she's 75. Okay, really? Now she's 75? Because this is the woman they arrested. This one. This is the woman. I don't care how old the picture is. It could be 10 years old. I don't care. That looks nothing like the woman they arrested in Miami on that table right now. They can bite me. These people. Apparently, we can put murder on layaway. Who's going halvesies? Let's do it. Who are we taking out? Because just call the Latin Kings and they'll do it. They'll do it for layaway prices. You just put a portion down, staple some money together after you wash it, put it in a plastic bag, make it moldy. Oh yeah, because she thought faux shizzle. She thought faux shizzle. She was getting a one-way ticket out. She didn't realize that they had on her ass. And now Wendy, what's Wendy at? Wendy's living in where? Where's Wendy at? She's living in Colorado now. She got a new boyfriend, got a bunch of teeth, I guess he has. I mean, she is a dental family, I guess. Oh, Stacy. She looking bad as Lori Vallow. Okay. You know it's bad when Lori Vallow, her face is melting over the last year as her Botox has been wearing off. But at least Lori Vallow got tampons to curl her hair or something. Because this poor lady, she ain't got nothing. They didn't do shit for her. A one-way ticket to Vietnam didn't work. They were like, You guys like how when they arrested her in front of everybody waiting to get on the port of the plane? Walked her right out past the line. Was like, let's go. Right on down. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know. This case is making me crazy. Trying to like move things around so we can see stuff, but it was the best. Like you're right. It is the priceless arrest. It is like she thought she had it made. She's like, dude, they already took my ticket. We're on the plane. Miami and FBI were like, rewind, come back here. Harvey, how's Harvey gonna get home? Harvey doesn't know how to get home from here. Please. Harvey got a glow up, you guys. Harvey glowed up. He ain't got no Donna in his life. Look at this, you guys. Come on. Tell me. This man ain't happy for himself. He is happy. He's playing a good game in court right now, but this man he got jazz hands. Come on. Putting all that on. Putting it all on Charlie. Like, at least take your place for what you did, woman. Take it. stand up and say, I am 75 years old and I had my son-in-law murdered, and just take it. So saying you're not guilty. They got it on tape, dude. They know. Charlie is about to come in here and let it all out. People think Hurricane Amy came out last night. Hurricane Charlie about to hit.
Hurricane Charlie is about to come out and pew, pew, pew his mother.
It's gonna be a cat 4. Hurricane Charlie gonna be a cat
100
from Idaho. Like, woo! What's up?
Yo, were you surprised how short the defense opening was?
Do you love how they're like, and Danny loved his children and he read them stories, and Donna made those children sit there and listen to those stories? What? Pretty sure they said, hey, Daddy, Grandma says you're an asshole. Grandma called you stupid. Smart Hari says she thought she was going to plea. And just take me. Take me as I am, you guys. Take me. Take it to the limit one more time. Oh, yeah. They thought for sure that they were going to get. Honestly, like, they are the stupidest criminal ring I've ever seen. I could do better by watching Snap for the last 10 years. Come on. Like, isn't that why you watch it? So you can figure out what they did wrong? Because that's what I try to figure out how they do it wrong. Not that I'm going to go do anything ever. Now, I might commit a small crime just so that David Yannetti can represent me. I mean, but what's a small crime? You know, what's a small, I mean, I don't have to do much. Just a criminal. Just a small criminal case. Not much. I just want Yannetti to represent me. Okay.
I want Alan Jackson to represent. I'm not a criminal though. I've never had a criminal record, so
me either. I'm like, well, I don't know. I want to give up my 48 years and let him be my he can take my virginity as a criminal. That's pretty much what I want to do, just so I can have Yannetti represent me.
I'm telling you, this woman is going so far down. She is going so far down.
It is the
after
saddest.
her is Wendy. Can you believe the day that we hear that Wendy Adelson is being indicted?
I don't know. Like,
Day.
I want that to happen, but I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they have a.
They will.
They
will.
So?
Bullet Bourbon. Driving past the house to find out what's going on. She's going down. They have more on her. They're just giving her immunity to telling everybody else until they can get her up there and fucking crucify her.
Honestly, Harvey's the only one I think gets to walk.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
He's considered a
because he's a putz.
Yeah, he's a kept man who kept himself.
No, I mean, he was the breadwinner. He was the breadwinner in this family, but Donna ruled it.
His wife was like, here, you go home after you're done giving me the money. But apparently, Charlie owned the business. Hey, Calypso, she's back.
Hi, Calypso. I mean, the only reason that he owned the business was because Harvey was getting too old and he needed to pass it along. It wasn't because he earned it.
I don't remember Charlie owning business. Like the Adelson Institute was owned by Harvey. Charlie was traveling to different dental offices.
1 second, my son is butt naked. Hold on.
If you're owning a dental office, why would you be traveling?
Good job. You have to be able to do this yourself, though.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But when I get older.
No, when you go to kindergarten.
Like there you are. I was like, I didn't know if you knew the mute was off. I was like, I'm gonna mute her. I don't know if she knows it's off.
No. All right.
Like I don't. If you own a business, why are you traveling? Why? If your name is on the business, my ass would be sitting in that business building, not traveling around Miami to do dental.
Well, I mean, they have money, so like, and he's the CEO. Like, he's the person that runs the thing. He can do whatever he wants, right? Oh, we're back, kids. We'll come back during next break.
Okay. Calypso has your Frenchie. I have a Frenchie, and so does Kimmy. We both have Frenchies. My Nala actually just got fixed.
State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. All right, explain what we're looking at in states 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here, and here.
Publish states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side, the right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here that's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report. And this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes, and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are small. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and in the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder. We'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side of the neck and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am. Or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here because of where the bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes an irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It's actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the two gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time. And most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing. And the soot and stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right. And you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to which shots were fired in what order?
Yes, after discussions with the investigators and looking at the scene photographs, the first shot went through the closed car window. So the first shot would have been to the left cheek area, which traveled from the left cheek just before the left ear, hitting soft tissues, fracturing the jaw, fracturing the left cheek bone. Again, this is maybe slightly incapacitating, maybe stunned him, but would not immediately put his lights out. Okay, so that is where all the pseudo stippling is coming from that glass shattering. Glass is not there anymore. The second shot is to the forehead, where the actual gunpowder can strike the skin, and the hand was raised somehow into the vicinity of that cylinder gap.
And that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say, that had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 33, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we place these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both ones from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor.
And there you go. States 127 and 128 are minutes.
And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This
Would you
is
be able to turn it? Upper left, maybe. Again. Thank you. What does
This is the
show?
bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. And the x-ray is getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we take one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Got gunshot wounds to the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Dr. Clark.
No, Your Honor.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Hello, hello. Enjoy your lunch break. Let's see what they're going to do now. Are they going to do some motions? What's happening? We're going to yell at each other? Is there going to be a fight? Is she going to plea? Just teasing, guys. They are breathing through this, Amy. They're just flying. Look at Judge Everett. I just want to squeeze him. I want him to give me a hug. Could you imagine a hug from Judge Everett? That would be the best hug ever.
Before we go on the recess break this afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point. Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you
Call her
understand
ass
this?
out. Oh,
Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Right, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
this ain't Judge Bev's court. You can't cry when you want to. Cry when you want to. Yeah, that is ridiculous. 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 She told Judge Everett just said, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not doing it. Not doing it. Ouch. So I was just looking at X, and brother counsel put a thing up. He did a let's see, where is it? Brother counsel did a oh, the guy from Dateline is there, you guys. Did you know that? It's not that she can't have emotions, as much as what she's doing is, you hear that? That's my cat yelling at my dog by the computer. He's not touching you, Peaches. Peach. Excuse me, I have to do it. Peaches, he's not touching you. Mute. Please. Okay. So that's in the background. Peaches. Oh my gosh. He's not even near you. Peach. Be nice. That's exactly what it is, Calypso. The dog, which is Cotton, the big floof, is standing near Peaches, who's sitting behind the computer. And because he's on the couch cushion next to where I have my computer set, she's growling at him. Like literally growling. So when you hear growling, that's not the dog, that's my cat.
Hi, kids.
Hi.
What the fuck? First of all, if the Chinese lady should not have been able to cry for her husband who was murdered in the line of duty,
Oh, the Tesla
why
lady?
is Donna? Look at my
Who's
hair; it
Chinese?
looks like a pillow pad.
I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm like Chestnut. You're talking about Chestnut, right?
No, Chinese. He was a Massachusetts police officer that was killed in the line of duty, and Judge Cannoni told the wife that she was to never have an outburst.
Right, but
Donna Adelson has fucking headphones and crying for the son-in-law she killed. She can fuck right off.
she's so faking it, guys. She's so faking it. Faking it.
Fuck out of here, Donna.
I love the mouth.
You're scared.
Like,
you are sad for yourself.
She is. She's totally sad for herself because she got caught, and now she's gonna blame it all on her son, who's gonna come in as her Hurricane Cat 4. What?
She was trying to blame it on. Sorry, I just ate something and stuck in my teeth. My teeth are really close together.
It's not a bad problem to have. You know,
it's not.
Have some, right? Some people don't.
If you see something, I'm sorry. But she was trying to throw Wendy under the bus.
Oh yeah.
What?
You know they're coming. The Hurricane Wendy, Hurricane Charlie are on their way, and Hurricane Rob too, because all 3 kids are testifying against her.
I can't wait to hear Rob. We've never heard from Rob.
The
Not
fact
once.
that Rob, the only time I've ever heard Rob speak was on a podcast a long time ago, but like way long time ago, and I had to go search for it because I knew it was out there. But Brother Council put a poll up to see who all had heard about this case prior to Donna, and 50% of people had not. So it tells you LawTube is doing their job.
Right. Not for nothing though, but we've been following it since it's Fredo and Luis Guerrero. Huh?
That's why both of us have. That's why I hate that all these people are like, oh, everyone's jumping on the Donna Adelson train. I'm like,
no, I've been on the wagon since 2013. Yeah.
On this train. I live in this state. This is what we hear. Like, come on.
I live in Massachusetts and I've been following it. Like, what the fuck?
When you find out
who's getting who got scolded, Donna? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, look, I'll rewind it. You'll have to see this. Oh my gosh.
Did Judge Everett scold her?
Judge Everett totally scolded her.
So I'm like gonna be flipping between screens. So if you see me making weird faces, it's because I'm not looking at this.
All right, here I'm going to put this up because girl.
Hold on. Let me just do something really quick, and then I gotta switch screens. Hold on.
All right, I gotta stop my cat from attacking my dog.
Okay. All right. Let me
You're
switch
gonna get
screens.
smacked in the face, doggy dog.
Okay.
Hold on, we put him in a cage so he's not causing issues because that's what he do. All right, Peaches, you're free. Just don't fall in. Okay. Now she's gonna stand on the outside of the cage and be like, "Ha ha, here I am. You can't get me." Because this is what they do. All right. So listen to the scolding he gives her. Hold on,
I'm ready.
I gotta take it off mute. Stop. Look at him. He's just like, okay.
Kelly, you need an animal corral.
Well, no, Peaches is torturing Cotton now that he's in the cage. So she's sitting on top of his cage so he can't get to her. And then she like jumps and the whole thing moves. because she's fatty.
All right, let's hear it. Did he admonish her in front of the jury?
No, the jury left. But he admonished her in front of the whole gallery and all the lawyers. Yes.
I can't hear anything.
Can't hear it? Oh, damn it. I thought I'm like here listening to it. Hold on.
Back at 1:15 as well.
My
I
fault.
believe we have
Back up.
3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
Okay. Can you hear it now when it starts?
No.
Okay.
Before we go on the recess break this
Now?
afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury
Get it,
must
Everett.
decide the matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I just
Does
want to
either
hug
party
you.
need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
Donna needs a hug.
No, I just want Dr.
Right,
I don't
please
want
report
Judge
back
Everett
at
to give me a
1:15
bear
as
hug.
well.
He just looks like he
I
gives
believe we
good
have
hugs.
3 other witnesses.
No, I
that we
said
can
Donna
possibly
needs a
get
hug.
through this afternoon.
Fuck that
Charlie,
bitch.
Charlie, I'm sorry.
Charlie.
Hug me.
Charlie.
Hug.
Pasta is so good.
Chocolate Buddha. Don't you want to just hug him? Like, I just want to hug him.
Yeah, he's a chocolate Buddha. I would
I just-
rub that head just like,
Hey, shining it, making it pretty. You know his wife does that every morning.
you know his wife does. Or he's sweaty. I mean, he could be sweaty.
I don't know. He's a good looking man. I'm not gonna lie. Judge
He
Everett's a
is.
good looking man. I just want
His
to hug.
personality is yeah, I want to nibble him.
Nibble. Girl.
Oh my god. So what time are we back? 1:15 he said?
15. Yeah, so it's 12:18 now.
Yeah.
And then so we can kind of do what ifs for the next little bit of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that her looking at the pictures just is the dumbest response she could give, because they're trying to make her look like this grandma with her clothes that cared
Right.
about her son-in-law, when all the things they're showing, George's face at one point during the defense's opening was like, are you fucking serious right now? Like, really? You're going there? Danny she made sure Danny got, yeah, of course she made sure Danny got to read to her boys on Skype. Apparently she didn't know what Skype was. The defense lady. And
Right.
she's like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this thing called Skype. I'd never heard of it. But that's how Danny wanted to keep up and read with them when they had already taken baths and ready to go to bed. And Donna made the kids sit there and talk to him. Yeah, Donna also said she was
Right.
stupid and an asshole for the kids too. And they told him, Grandma says you're stupid.
Right. Right.
Like-
Can you imagine though, these poor kids, like their father's dead, their brother's in prison for making his
Their
2-week
uncle?
girlfriend. I'm sorry.
You said brother.
I'm
Uncle?
sorry. Their uncle is already in prison for something that he made his girlfriend of 2 weeks hire someone to kill him. and then
Baby daddy got
baby
and it's like her kids.
daddy, and now the grandmother, and then the mother's. I guarantee the mother's next.
I hope so. I really hope they like the way that they got Donna like 2 weeks after his trial. I hope they get Wendy the same way.
They will.
I hope they go in there like, hi, knock, knock, knock. Because I'm not going to lie. Baker's, the little Georgia one we were watching earlier in the week with Baker, that one happened today. They had a subpoena their last witness for the defense, and they had to go out and arrest her last night to be put on the stand. Yeah. She was on the stand.
Wow.
They put a warrant out for her arrest to pick her up because she did not show up for the hearing.
Wendy's gonna get hers one way or another. She will. She'll something will happen to her, because you know what? The Markels could go after her for a civil lawsuit for liability of his death.
Right.
And take her for fucking everything.
I hope that those boys one day look at their mom after all this, and because all this is everywhere, I hope they look at her mom because they're teenagers. She can't shield them from this shit.
Dude, you don't think that they're on the YouTubes?
You did this, Mom. You did this.
You had hands in it.
Mm-hmm.
You had a. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you perfect.
Okay, good. Baker helped me with my mic.
we have to owe him money for that too, you know. Like we have to pay him to
I'll Venmo him later.
Pay him to do our tech, all that stuff. He's not cheap, guys. He's not cheap.
Right. He's not. He's not.
Yeah. Like, hey Baker, Kelly's here. Amy's not. She hates you. I was like, Valhalla, she's working.
Oh my god, you're a real job. Actually, speaking of working, I gotta pop off and on. Actually, no, I don't. I can just like do this. You just might not see me in a second. I can't. It's not lunch break time. And my job is like not like lunch breakable. So
it's not breakable.
It's not lunch breakable. Yeah, what do you think? Who's their next witness?
I don't know. I think it's gonna be someone. They're gonna have to call someone pretty big soon. I mean, Jeff's gonna probably testify soon.
Oh, Jeff is coming up. Jeff is coming up.
Auntie Deb's going next week to the trial.
Is he?
He's so in love with
God. He's going to tell.
Yeah, he's flying to Tallahassee.
I love that for him.
He's like, you may be having class from the courtroom. I'm like, oh my God. Hold him back because Donna's going to get attacked.
I love that.
It's because he's in love. He likes, the way he says it is he likes himself a good Disney villain. Like,
I mean, and who isn't a Disney villain, but all of these people.
Well, that's why he likes Jen McCabe so much, too. Disney villain. So. He got during trial last time.
I heard that Jen McCabe is writing a book.
Really?
I did. I heard that from, I don't know how to sort how great it is of a source, but they were saying that Jen McCabe is already writing a book. It's kind of like one of those OJ, if I did it.
It's Plebin helping her to give her notes on what to say, and because his book sucked, just so you know.
Yeah, I know.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think that's funny. If she writes a book, she's trying to get it all out before Karen does. Funny thing is, I don't even think I would read her book. I don't give a shit.
If it was free on Kindle.
Is that what she's gonna name it? I hit him.
Jen.
Her poor family.
Oh my God.
That's funny as shit. Yeah, they're gonna name it something like that.
I hit him.
Oh, House Long to Die in Cold. That's what she should name it. House Long to Die in Cold.
Yes.
That should
or Desperate Housewives of Canton.
Her and Carrie can write it co-write.
Her and Carrie can write it together. Wasn't it interesting that Higgins and Carrie didn't have anything to do with their publicity stunts?
Yep.
I thought that was interesting.
Done with Brendan.
What?
Carrie did her own one on Good Morning America the morning of her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which was in bad form. Hey, do you want to watch? Hold on 1 second. While we're waiting, just so that we don't have to like talk for an hour.
What, you don't
I
like
have
talking?
something.
What? I'm not your
that I don't
friend.
want to
You don't
talk.
talk to me.
Not that I don't want to talk, but I kind of, because those are people in our chat that don't really quite understand the whole Donna Adelson thing.
Randy Churchwell did a whole summary this morning.
I know, but we can do our own little thing and we can stop and talk about it and,
No, I know.
give us something to do here.
I was actually shocked because I was looking for something else and it came up and I'm like, oh.
Wait.
Brandy Churchwell did one on.
Yeah, you put that one on. Can we snipe her and talk about it?
Yeah, we just have to stop it and talk about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me see. Crime Junkie Jury. I'm in a mood. I don't know why.
I love your mood right now. I like this. I like this, Kelly. Mm-hmm.
Kelly's like, neat. Let's see. Crash Course. Donna Adelson. We're singing in the rain. All right. Here's a Brandy does some church.
I'll do this when I want you to stop. Okay.
Huh?
I'll do this when I want you to stop to talk.
I can't see you. Hold on. What? What are you gonna do?
I'll do this.
Okay. Let me start her and then I'll come back.
Shari, I am sensitive until last night. Can't hear it. We can't hear it, baby.
God damn it.
So since there are so many people, I did make a graphic so that I'm closer to opening statements that there are a lot of new eyes on this case. There's a lot of people who haven't really followed the other trials, haven't really followed this case before. And as people are coming in,
can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Making sure, because I'm like, I gotta check all the mutes. Hold on.
They're getting kind of confused because it can be a little bit scattered. There's a lot of people involved. It's kind of a convoluted and complicated case. So I decided to do a quick crash course on everything that you need to know before Donna's trial starts. Now, I'm a visual learner and I know a lot of you are too. So since there are so many people, I did make a graphic so that we can kind of keep up with who's who in this trial. So quick breakdown of the players here involved. We have over here the Adelsons. You'll see the parents are Donna and Harvey. Donna and Harvey live in the South Florida, Miami type area. They had a very successful dental business. Harvey was the dentist. Donna ran the office, made a lot of money, had a good living. They have 3 children. Now, only 2 of their children are actually kind of involved in this. The other one lives in New York. So we're going to leave him out of this. But for this, you see Charlie and Wendy. Now, Charlie is a periodontist, and he is also living in the Miami area. Wendy, the sister / daughter, was also in the Miami area for a while, but she actually ended up in Tallahassee because she was married to the victim, Dan Markel. Dan Markel was an FSU law professor, and everybody has great things to say about him. You know, he's very smart, beloved professor, great attorney, all that stuff. So,
okay, so I will say everyone has good things to say about him. Not everybody has the same. Like, there are some people out there that are not related to the case that have said he was very harsh.
Right.
But Lawyer, took a class, not a class of his, took a seminar of his, and they knew each other. And Lawyer, says that he was a really nice guy. So I think it's all depending on what people perceive of that person.
I think it's all subjective of
and as a lawyer and a professor, you tend to come off stricter, I think. if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, I just know that like Wendy had said something in the thing that people had issues, but I don't trust anybody, anything Wendy says. So,
I don't trust 0 things that bitch says.
I mean, we can go in a lot of shit.
Call a spade here.
Wendy's new boyfriend apparently has a lot of teeth. I guess it runs in the family. They like that dentistry in there, I guess. So,
oh, is he a periodontist too?
No, he just got a lot of teeth.
Oh, you said he has a lot of teeth, like Jim Carrey in The Mask.
Oh yeah, like he's like, it's like all out there. Like, harsh in like his conversations. Yeah, like the way he speaks to people. He's very not so much his. I think a lot of people, especially having a smarter brain as he did, because he went to Harvard and Cambridge universities, and
wait, Cambridge, what? Like in England?
No, wait, what is it? It's Harvard. There's another one that he went to.
Harvard's in Cambridge.
Okay, no, there's another one. There's 2 that he went to, 2 really top schools. Well, I can't remember. I have to look it up.
Okay,
but
fucking Charlie.
That's the truth.
I mean, except for Charlie, all he did was date other and go to foreign countries and buy them.
Rob's married to an Indian woman. Charlie dated Asian women. The only one who married a white man is Wendy, and that's because she made her.
And he was Orthodox Jewish. I don't know if they consider themselves quote unquote white. They consider themselves Jewish.
Technically,
I know.
He's Canada. So he's
right,
Canadian.
He's other. He's right, and he's Canadian. Yeah.
I mean, none of her family. It was in England. Was that the one? It's Cambridge, England, that he went to.
Cambridge, England. Yeah.
I knew there was 2. Really
Harvard's in Cambridge, but there's Cambridge, England, which is a really prestigious school. Yeah.
He went to both. So then he came back and they met on J-Date, ironically.
Right.
Like, is it, here's my thing. Is it required that they all get on J-Date as like so you can meet? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, right. Wendy's with a brown man now. I didn't see his picture. I just heard he had a lot.
Wait, she's the brown man?
Sherry, I have to find this picture. All right, I'm hitting play. I'm going to look for a picture.
Nothing but good things about him except for from the Adelsons, but we'll get to that. Now, Charlie was dating a girl named Katie McBanawa. Katie and Charlie were not like very serious. This wasn't like a long-term committed relationship or anything, but they were more than friends and they were dating. Katie has kind of been listed as like the middleman because she is the connection between the Adelsons and the hitmen who were actually convicted of murdering Dan Markel. So we'll get through all of that in just a minute, but just so you kind of have an idea of who's who. The hitmen are Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivero. Sigfredo and Katie have children together. So that's her connection to them. And then Sigfredo and Luis are longtime childhood friends. So that's kind of who's who. And now we will get into all of the details about what happened. So Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel met on a Jewish dating website, and they were married in 2006. They had 2 sons together, and they actually separated in 2012. Now, in September of 2012, Wendy actually filed for divorce. So Dan's out on this business trip. He's gone, and he comes home from being gone on this business trip, and he finds the divorce papers at the house, and he sees that Wendy has apparently moved out all of the furniture, pretty much all the furniture, cleared out basically a lot of the stuff that was in their house, and also cleared out a lot of their money, took half of their joint account, and then, according to him, also took some things that she wasn't entitled to, including family heirlooms and some non-marital property.
Yeah.
Now, That was in September of 2012. Wendy and her brother.
Those marital heirlooms that she took was the Holocaust ring that she refused to return. That was his family's. So
Charlie and her parents, Harvey and Donna, were all determined to have Wendy and the two children that she shared with Dan move to South Florida, where the rest of the family was after her divorce. Dan, however, says no, he doesn't want his kids that far away. And they have worked out a custody agreement. They have that in place. And Tallahassee and Miami are like 7 hours away. So he tells Wendy, no, I don't want you moving with my children. We're going to have to figure this out. You'll have to stay here. Wendy asked the courts to allow her to relocate with the kids anyway, thinking, well, maybe if, I have the court order, then I can just go down there and it doesn't matter what Dan says. Obviously, the judge denies that. On June 20th of 2013, 9 months after filing for divorce, Judge Hobbs denied Wendy's request with prejudice, which means not only can you not move to Miami, but also don't ask again. Now, a little over a month later, the divorce was...
Do you have my Facebook, Sherry D? Do you have my Facebook? I think you do. Message me on Facebook. I'll send you my digits. Cause she got all the tea right there. Miss Sherry D got.
Who does? Oh, Miss Sherry D has tea with everything.
Miss Sherry D.
Miss Sherry D.
I'm gonna text her my. Boop boop boop. I sent it to you. I sent my number to you. Yeah, so I was looking at the picture. The picture I could find online is not the best, so maybe she can give me a better picture. Apparently his name is George. It's David George.
Is it Dave?
No, Dave is the old boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Dave's the one her mom wanted to want. George is her new boyfriend. He is the son of a billionaire she worked for.
Oh,
apparently.
Interesting.
George Ramirez, not a white boy.
No, definitely Spanish.
Not a white boy.
Not a white boy.
Sherry D to the rescue. Oh my goodness, this girl got us. She got our back all the time.
Always.
Here we go.
My favorite Dave.
Boop, 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 boop. Open. Okay. I'm gonna save you. Okay. Now I gotta go back to. I have all these windows open. I can't see what I'm doing. This is why I shut down things all the time. Dave's right here. This is the only Dave that matters.
It is.
All right. That's not it. Let's see. Go here. All right.
Your girl is tired.
Her is her new boyfriend. Apparently, those are her boys too.
Oh wow, he's actually good looking. Good for her.
He's got a lot of teeth.
Her kids are old.
Her kids are teens.
Hmm?
Yeah, I think they're 16 and 14.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
She looking kind of ratty though, I'm not gonna lie. It's that Colorado
She
heat,
sure
I
is.
guess. It's that Colorado heat that gets you.
Isn't Colorado dry?
Yeah, I'm just talking shit, but Arizona.
Oh
Hot.
my God. Yeah. I mean, she works fast. She has guys like this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And they definitely ain't Jewish. I'm not gonna say they are. They ain't.
My nose. I have a cut right here and it fucking hurts.
Oh God, girl.
It hurts so bad.
Blisters in my nose from oranges
Oh my God.
and fruit, like citrus and stuff. And so, Liam wants me to peel oranges and I can't because of the acid. that I'm allergic to. And so what happens is my ears fill up with fluids and I get these little blisters in my nose.
That
And the other
sucks. Mine's
day,
just for my nails.
girl, the other day I went, I just did it to shut him up because he wanted an orange. And I was like, here. And I peeled a cutie and oh my God, I paid for it for a week.
Yeah.
Finalized by a marital settlement agreement. So after this, Wendy's parents, especially Donna, repeatedly tried to convince Wendy to somehow coerce Dan into allowing her to move down to the Miami area where they are. Now, Donna suggested that their family could offer Dan $1 million. She and Harvey would pay 1/3 of it. Charlie would pay 1/3 of it. And then Wendy would pay the final 1/3 of it. She also suggested that Wendy should threaten to convert the kids to Catholicism because she knows that Dan was very observant in the Jewish faith and religious practices of the kids were a very big priority for him. Donna also repeatedly talked bad about Dan to the kids and in front of them, calling him derogatory names, saying he's stupid and that she hates him, and on and on and on. So this goes on for a while, and the kids apparently tell Dan about this, according to court documents. Now, Dan files a motion to prohibit Donna from seeing the kids unsupervised because of all this. Of course, he's angry about this. He doesn't want bad things to be said about him to his children. Now, there was a hearing scheduled for this to be heard, but it was delayed. It would never be heard, though, because within a couple months, Dan was murdered.
So did you get my text message earlier?
Me?
Yeah. No, the other person I'm talking to.
You were talking about texting Shari. Hold on.
Oh. I'm like, no, the other person is on live. What am I talking to? Yeah, I talked to you.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to make sure you knew.
Thanks.
So let's talk about the day of the murder. It was July 18th, 2014. Donna Adelson had set an appointment for the Geek Squad to repair Wendy's TV on this day. So Wendy was at home. Dan left that morning and he had the kids at that time. So he took their 2 kids to daycare, dropped them off about 10 till 9, and then he went to the gym. Dan got home from the gym around 11 a.m. and he pulled into his driveway. Now, he's on the phone at this time when he's pulling in, and he's on the phone and he tells this person who he's on the phone with, he's like, I see somebody in my driveway that I don't recognize. And the person on the phone then heard what sounded like a loud grunt, followed by like a muffled conversation in the background, but couldn't make out exactly what was being said. Then heard what sounded like labored breathing, and Dan was not responding on the phone. Now, the murder happened at 11:02 a.m. on the 18th. The neighbor that lives next door to Dan heard like a loud bang and looked out his window. The neighbor saw a small, like silver or light colored car backing out of Dan's driveway. So the neighbor goes to check on Dan and found him slumped over in his car and called 911. Now, the police.
Did you see the neighbor on the stand today? Because he hurt my heart badly. It's like his 5th time doing this. It's got to be hard. And she's back again. Are you in and out, in and out, in and out? Am I going to call you a bounce ball too, Sherry? Did you see him, Ames?
I'm in the middle of something. Give me one moment. Yep.
Oh. You didn't get it. No, I just got it. Sorry, my son just walked in. The dog went crazy. So I got it. I got it. I'm gonna text you back so you know I have it. Hey, Mary. But if you hear my puppy, he is barking because my son, my 23-year-old Connor, just came in, and
Hi, Connor.
Hello.
because he comes to steal food from us during the day. Apparently, is cool with me. I'm just glad he comes. And Cotton has to be with Cotton. You have to. He's trying to get Cotton out. With Cotton, you have to say hi to him first, or he freaks out. But he's in his cage. Oops, hold on, I'll get him. Come here. Come here. Oopsie. There. Say hi. You got him? Okay. Connor has a very manly voice. Connor is my 23-year-old. And then I have a 26-year-old. And they live together, Caleb. And then I have a 19-year-old who is in college. She's on her second year of college. She's leaving today to go back. But Cotton has a rule in this house. You cannot come in and not say hi to him first, because he will throw a fit and bark at you until you do. So Mary, that's right. Kids, they're always hungry. Mary was making tacos at 9 o'clock last night. Sherry, I have too many. I think
She has a lot of kids and a lot of animals.
I have 5 kids and animals. Lots of animals.
How many animals?
We're not gonna go there.
Hi, Mary. It's good to see you, baby.
But my animals are spoiled, so are my children.
She's the most amazing mom and animal mom. I give it to her.
We have 2 hedgehogs, 3 sugar gliders, 3 chinchillas. Sherry, you don't see Mary?
Yeah, exactly. See, Mary knows.
Mary laughs at me because I'm always yelling at my animals when I'm on the phone. Or last night. So
I'm having a great day, babe. Thank you.
Mary, do you have Sherry blocked? Mary went on a blocking spree the other day, so she might have blocked people without even realizing it.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
I've done it, girl. I'm a chronic blocker. Like, not saying Shari, but like, you're not going to stress me out on my own phone. That's how I feel about it.
Mary, did you accidentally block Sherry? Sherry, do you see Mary? Do you see Sherry? Oh, now I'm just rhyming.
Yeah, it could have been an accident. Like how do you say that?
I hit buttons all the time.
Inadvertently.
Inadvertently, yes.
Yeah.
And I hit buttons all the time. You probably were
me
talking
too.
last night. You probably just hit a button. If you put it in your pocket, I've blocked 5 people all of a sudden. Especially when I'm mod. If I'm picking something else up. Yeah. Mary says she will check later, make sure. I'm putting it on the screen, guys. So you're chatting back and forth with each other on the screen. So we have what? We have 3 chinchillas, 3 sugar gliders, 2 hedgehogs, 2 birds, 3 dogs. I can't count my dog. 3 dogs. And as of today, we'll have 5 cats. We did have 6.
It's a lot.
But the cats, we hardly see them. Like, they're spread out. Like Miley, she stays in her room. She doesn't like to come out. She's like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Bugs. 2 hedgehogs, 3 sugar gliders, 3 chinchillas. Sherry, she said she'll look later. She's working. She has the process to unblock people.
It is a process. It's such a process.
But she
I got accused of of fucking blocking people and people harassing me and all that shit. And like, it's too hard.
My kids are the last thing I see on my wall before I go to bed. All 5 of them are all there. And the furry things are usually laying on top of me.
So all furry things, exactly.
Well, no, I have right now I have 3 naked ones. I have 3 naked cats, but I'm gonna have 2 naked ones because baby girl is going to a new home today.
All right, baby, I gotta jump off for a while.
Okay,
All right. I'm gonna be behind though. I love you guys.
We love you. No reptiles. Oh no, I'm not. I can do like we had a bearded dragon a long time ago when Caleb was young. I will. I have Sphinx cats. Have you not you've never seen a Sphinx? I'll come on screen, but I look like crap, just so you know, because I just rolled out of bed. So I ain't looking good, but I'll come on screen first. I ain't got no makeup on. I ain't got nothing on. Hold on. Let me see. I'll do it for you. Hi guys. Looking like crap. No, I did not. My cat didn't pass away. We have a cat, baby girl. We got her. We rescued her a year ago. She is a Sphinx, and she has a problem with her stomach, and I cannot seem to get her the right stuff to stop diarrhea and that stuff, and it can't be good for her. And I just don't feel like I'm able to give her the proper care. And I have a vet tech that was looking for a Sphinx, and so the vet tech that I met can actually she works with a vet, so she can get the stuff and the medicines and the things like that she'll need, and she gets it cheaper. And that way I can at least make sure she's getting a good home and she's taken care of, because I feel like I don't give up on my animals very often. It has to be a very, very big deal for me to give up on my animals. And if I don't feel I'm the best at taking care of her, because Sphinx can be very their stomachs, they call it Sphinx stomach, but once they get it, like, you can't get rid of it. And so it kills my heart to even have to even give her away, but it's just I can't keep cleaning up after her and making sure she's taken care of when nothing's working. I mean, I make my own dog food, you guys. It's not like I do try. But this right here, she's gonna get mad at me because I made her get up, but I'm gonna make her get up because this is my Peach. This is my Peaches. Say hi, Peachy Peach. Say hi, Peaches. Huh? Go say hi. Hi. Say hi, Peach Peach. It's a Peach. Huh? Peaches is a Bambino Sphinx. So she's yelling at me. So she has little itty bitty legs. So she has a big body with little legs. You can see. I don't know if you can see. She's yelling. She's sweet looking. She's sweet when she wants to be. Huh. Right now she's mad at me. Now she's like, get away from me, Mom. You got a cat butt now. All right, where are you going? Are you going to get down? You're not a parrot. Say, I'm sweet looking, and then I want to do what I want to do. Yeah, she's yelling at me. She's the one that was growling at Cotton earlier. Oh my gosh. So I have her brother, Winchester is her brother. If you don't know, I love Supernatural is my favorite TV show on the history of the planet besides Walking Dead. And Jeffrey Dean Morgan is in both of them. But so, of course, Peaches is not named after that, but her brother is. So the Winchester boys her brother's, they're from the same litter. He's a regular Sphinx, so he has regular long legs. And his name is Winnie Winchester, and he is naughty. Ask Mary. Mary hears me say it all the time. Because Winchester likes to open doors from both directions. So he'll go up and he will jump on the doorknob and he'll open it and run down the hallway, and all the cats will run down the hallway. And then he'll come back when we go and shut the door, so none of the animals are going everywhere. You shut the door of the hallway and he'll come back and open it and come back in. And he just walks out like, hey guys, what you doing? I missed you. Winchester is ridiculous. He is the epitome of ridiculous. They're just naughty kitties. Yes. Peaches should have been named Bitches because she's a bitch, but she also sweet, but she's a bitch. She gives dirty looks too. She has resting bitch face. I'll tell you that. She can be sweet until she's like, no. We have 2 cockatiels. My husband has been teaching him how to sing, and we call him Tweet Tweet, and he'll go a tweet tweet, a tweet tweet, and then especially if you ignore him, and then you'll hear him say it. And now he's teaching him to sing the Star Wars theme. So that started this morning. Actually, he was singing part of it. Declan was like, "Mom, do you hear it? He's singing it." I'm like, okay. And then yeah, he's on a swing now. Our chins are sleeping and chilling. My husband made them a cool ass cage because they chew on wood, so they have all these ramps. But one of our chinchillas has special needs and does not have the use of her back legs. She was born that way, and we adopted her. And he made the ramps instead of like a normal size ramp for the chinchillas to run up. He made them very thin, like not thin, but not very slanted. And there's a lot more of them so that she can go all the way to the top too. That's why he eats dinner, or he'll come home and eat a snack and play stuff for the birds to sing. Oh gosh, yeah. So I have oh my god, 18 and 20. So mine don't scratch anybody unless so Buzz he'll swipe at Cotton, only because Cotton tries to hold him down and bite him on the neck and sit on him because they're wrestling. And then when he gets mad, he'll just like get him. But then we have Miley. Miley's 14, I think. She hangs out in the window in Declan's room. She just likes her own little life. Buzz is part Maine Coon. We adopted him from a rescue right after my mom died, in honor of her, because she had her cats that she loved. And my mom, his name is Buzz because that's how my mom told us she loved us. She didn't say I love you. She'd say Buzz, which meant she loved you to infinity and beyond. And so Buzz he came home 2 weeks after my mom passed away. He showed up on my Facebook, and I was like, I have to have him. He is so cute. Oh my gosh. That is a big old cat. Look at that baby. Sherry. That is a big cat. Oh my goodness. So cute though. That is so cute. And then upside down. And we have a Frenchie and a Pom. Cotton's the Pom. We have a Frenchie named Nala. Nala, get out of there now. Nala. No, ma'am. As she gets in trouble for trying to eat cat food. Nala just was spayed earlier this week. And then we have Crowley, who's also named after Supernatural, the devil of Supernatural show. And then we have our sugar gliders that are named Sam, Dean, and Cassiel, which are Supernatural. And then we have Thelma and Louise, our hedgehogs that I actually saved during the Karen Reed trial. My friend who I had a breeding business and I was breeding them and I couldn't do it anymore because I got sick. And she called and said, I have a litter of 5 the mom has abandoned won't take them, and I don't know what to do. And I was like, bring them to me. And so she brought them to me at like 9 o'clock at night. Let me get them for you. You're going to love it. Hey, guys. So these babies were brought to me at 9 o'clock at night, and they were about this long, about this wide, a little bitty, about maybe 1.5 inches long. They were a week old. And now I stayed up every 2 hours with 5 babies. I lost 2. I sold 1 to a friend, and I kept 2. And so now they're big old babies. This is Louise. Say hi, Louise. Here, I'll put it on the big screen too, so I'm not in the corner. This is Louise. Say hi, monkey. She has 1 little spot on her back, but she's also an albino. She's smelling it, huh? Where's your little girl? Where's your... So I have been hand raising them since her and her sister. Come here, Thelma.
No, there's 2 notebooks left. Let's see if we can be picking some up today. Or...
Probably. Just take one and leave the other one. No, they were my friend. My friend had them. I had a breeding business where I bred them. Yeah, she has a spot right on her back, right there. I don't know if you can see it, the little black spot. So she's called a reverse pinto. And then this is a snowflake pinto.
I love it.
I love you too, baby. Have a good day.
Yeah.
And then their sisters are from the same litter. And yeah, don't do that. No, she does, but she has red eye. That right there is just, that's her, it's right between, that's where her spines, they split right there. It's like right now they're soft. Right now you can pet them, they're soft because they're not upset. But if they get upset, they will ball up. And, but I raised them, so I'm their mama. I've had them since they were a week old. Your baby girl. So they're pygmy hedgehogs. They live about 5-6 years. They don't live very long, but they are a joy to have when you have them. And they eat cat food. And when they're calm and their spines are down, you can pet them fine. I mean, it's rough because it's like their spines, but if she gets upset, she'll spike up, and then it can hurt because I don't want to spike them up. If they get scared, not really mad, they get scared. So when they get scared, they will ball up in a ball, and their spikes will come out. So yeah, she's not behaving very well. So say hi. Oh, say hi. No, I don't want her to spike. I mean, I can hold them when they spike up. It doesn't bother me, my hands. But they don't want to roll up because they're with me. So they know me. Huh. You gonna lick my nose? Okay. And then, but if Cotton were to touch them, Cotton would make them ball up. So they sit in their little container together, and they sleep in here together. I am their mama. I sat here when Karen Reed trial started, and I would stream, and every 2 hours I would feed hedgies. And I stayed up every night. Every 2 hours I wake up every night and feed them. For like 4 weeks I did it. And I lost out of a litter of 5, I lost 2. I was sad. But I'm pretty proud of these because I did give one away to a friend of mine. But I told my husband, I'm like, I can't. They're my babies. I have to hug them and squeeze them and call them George. So they are sweet babies. What time we got? We got one. Look, see, I didn't even finish this. I didn't even finish the Donna Adelson stories. I just got to do this. And so yeah, these two, they're full grown. Now, some you can get some that are fat. These are full grown. They're about, let's see, you guys were born in May, I think. You were born the last week of May. No, so April 22nd is when the trial started. So they were born a week prior to the trial because it was the first week of trial that she brought them to me. And she literally came over at like, don't, you trying to eat my finger? You're trying to smell the food on my finger. Let me put them up and I'll answer. Yeah, so for 4 months old now. But I've had them since a week old. They were literally this big, itty bitty babies. And I sat here with a syringe and kitten food, and I fed them every 2 hours. I couldn't even leave the house. I had to like come back because if I left the house, I had to feed them. I think I left for 2.5 hours, and I was like stressing to get back here because I was worried that they're gonna be hungry. So, hey, good boy. You're about to get thrown. Oh yeah, when you want to know what they look like when they first get them, they look like ball sacks with spikes. So they're born with these little white soft spikes. And you're not supposed to, when they're born, you're not supposed to touch them for the first 2 weeks because if you touch them in the first 2 weeks, mom will like either try to kill them or deny them. And now my friend, she did not touch them. She's been raising, she took my business over of breeding like 1.5 years ago. So she knows they raised them. They've had plenty of litters. She had another litter of 5 at the same time. And they look like little ball sacks. They're so gross. And so what you do is if mom denies them within the first 2 weeks, we use a metal spoon and we would pick it up and move it towards mom so that we're not touching them. But mom was not feeding them. They put them to her. Mom walked away to another spot. So like it was constant. She was trying for like 1.5 hours to get mom to feed them. Mom wanted nothing to do with them. And so she called me and she was like, I don't know what to do. I mean, I know what to do, but she didn't know what to do because she works. She has kids. So I was like, bring them to me. I'll see what I can do. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll try. Found them. Aw. You're so sweet, Sherry. And then we have this. This one. I growl at him. I growl at him daily. He thinks he owns the house. This is Cotton. If you can't tell, he's a cotton ball. You guys got me on my animals. Look at that. That's what Buzz did for me with my mom. That's why I had to go get him. He showed up on my Facebook page. Not really. He is when you first. So if Crowley is our worst one, he's a golden doodle. He's a full-size golden. Cotton just fell off the couch. He's not really a yipper. The problem with Cotton is he wants you to say hi to him first. So if you come in the house, he's going to bark at you until you say hi. But Crowley will bark at the wind. And when the wind blows, Crowley starts barking. And then as soon as Crowley starts to bark, then Cotton thinks that he has to bark too because somebody's coming in because Crowley's barking. And then all of a sudden, Nala has to bark because they're both barking. And then all of a sudden, they all start howling at the same time. So it becomes like a howling session that they're singing. So, but they're fun. And we have Pumbaa is a cat that we have. He's a Bengal cat. He was given to me, my friend who is because I bred hedgehogs and sugar gliders and stuff. He was a breeder of sugar gliders, but he also bred cats. And he had a first litter of Bengals, and it was a boy and a girl. And he was keeping the girl, and he wanted me to keep the boy and keep it in the family because it was his first litter. And so I was like, all right. So we took Pumbaa on. Pumbaa is now Declan's cat. He sleeps next to Declan's head every night on his pillow. Declan can pick that cat up and throw him in circles and do whatever he wants to him. Not so much Pumbaa. Pumbaa's lazy. We've tried to do stuff with him. But Matt called me and asked me. He said, hey, the boy I gave you, is he nice? I'm like, yeah, he's sweet. You know, he loves Declan. He's like, dude, the girl is not nice at all. I went and bought him off Facebook Marketplace a cat wheel for him to run on, and he wanted nothing to do with it. That cat would rather sit there and just lay down and sleep all day in the sun, out in the back room, and lay next to Declan, kneel next to Declan at night. Or if we get a box, if there's a box that comes out, yeah, if a box comes out, he's pretty big at that. And then there's Cotton. Cotton. Well, only Declan can do anything. Declan can do anything. Nobody else. Only Declan. Because it's not happening. Not happening. Declan can throw this cat in the air. I can grab him. On the stage. Come here, Pumbaa. Oh. You're such a big boy. I'm such a big boy. Say hi to Pumbaa. Hi, Pumbaa. Say hi. See, he's like, get off of me, Mom. Hi. He's a baby. He's a good baby. It's like, okay, no more. You made me come over here. You took me from my spot. But that's Pumbaa. And then we have the other ones running around like crazy. So, anybody else? Anybody else? That right there. My kids, my animals make me happy. My kids and my animals. What you got? What you doing? He is. He is a handsome boy. He loves boxes too. So, those are all my babies. You got me talking about the animals. Now I'm a animal freak. So, that, and then I have my Liam, who keeps me busy, and Declan. So, it's fun. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put this on. I'm going to go to the restroom too because I have to pee. Or I'm going to wet myself. And then get off of me, crazy dog. Ever a dull moment. They're both so funny. They crack me up. Liam's crazy. So, all right. We'll see you guys in a minute. I'm going to leave this on so that Court can.
That's fine. Go ahead.
To break, the defense advised they've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. To exhibit 64 is email exhibit, it's a composite, and I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A.
You may.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson and to Wendy Adelson, and Wendy replied March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3. There's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids, and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim, and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendy are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about their comments towards his parents.
Kappelman, as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
I think it's relevant, Judge. Goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession to murder. It's a expression of dislike, which just goes to the motive. Okay, so then we go from here to 117.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, If the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
We're asking, yes, we would ask for limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to, it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
Or his family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kaplan,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
You didn't miss anything. Basically, the defense is objecting to an email about Dan Markel's family,
Now, I know Your Honor has
saying it shows
me
motive.
mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show.
That's it. They
that
literally
this
just came
animus
back.
Existed as far back as 3/28/11, and this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously, I disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
Be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Kaplan. Well, down. Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website that Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendy. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client, Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendy Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's States Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
What's the date on that?
The date on that is capital.
1/17/13 today on Exhibit 64I.
All right. As to any questioning of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is
Let's
a
go
statement
through
of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in their children's lives, particularly in their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel. You get the idea.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. That, you know, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, just on the wire, speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date, and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
All of these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th of 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for Your Honor. It's page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2. second page, 2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one, Judge.
Folks,
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
if in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African-American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015. I believe what is referenced here is 64HH. Yes, sir. May I approach?
Okay.
Yeah, the other exhibit. Judge, this email is an email regarding Wendy moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location. So the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on. But the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety.
What's the date?
That email is dated.
7/15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation with one witness but enter at a later point, certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendy Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we're given.
Measure of exhibit to defense.
Please do.
Email that we've been handed is April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendy moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. They're being actively extorted under threat for their lives. One would expect and would inquire about such a thing.
You may lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with those, we had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed, and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where we should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016. And it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Its probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
Hello, my beautiful. Perfect timing.
Hello.
Afternoon, minute.
Danny, hi, Standing Stones. All my favorites are here. Smarta. Sorry, I was in a tiny meeting. What's been going on?
Yeah, I just got a random message. I have to go take baby girl. And
okay,
I have to take her to the vet to drop her off to the lady who's taking her. But they're just fighting over emails right now that he's pissed about.
I was listening to that kind of.
Compliment again, the purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind.
Yeah, he has no fucks to give.
What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says.
All right, I'm going to grab her and go. So I'm going to keep my picture
thing
if you need it.
Okay.
Because it's easier, it's better if we keep
I mean, I can't change anything from here, but and I'm working, so it might just have to be what it is. You know what I mean?
That's fine. Just keep my picture up because then it looks like one of us is up there.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna take the banner down for a while.
Gentlemen, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so at the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Judge Everett looks pissed.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That will allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. Whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Look at Donna's face. She's pissed.
Today, in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may approach.
Right.
This will be the first thing. I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as soon as
Georgia knows this case like the back of her hand.
Sorry, Judge, I handed them the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found that
Oh.
portion. It reads from Donna to Wendy here. I'm sorry, from Wendy to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask to admit it based on the statements made in an opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors. I are offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go, kids. It's about to get juicy.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
Ooh, who's Craig Isom? Does anybody know? All these people watching, does anybody know who this man is? I've never seen him.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Oh, Calypso, do your thing, baby. I love you. He's struggling already. He's struggling already, kids.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, Craig Isom.
How are you employed?
He's definitely law enforcement.
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
He looks like a
28.5
cop.
years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes,
including his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
yes.
When and where did you approach Wendy Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 50 minutes after the shooting.
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right. And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendy Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendy Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No,
Any Miranda rights read?
no,
Any use of force at all?
no,
She was not detained or under arrest?
no,
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
no,
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
no,
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
no.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No,
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes,
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
yes,
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce
I'm going to show
regarding
you
child custody.
with child
Regarding
custody.
including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes,
What is that exhibit?
it's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendy Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes,
All right, and did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
it did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to a witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained, the answer would call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
Yes,
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Meaning she saw those items.
yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Cattleman is doing right now. Overruled.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
Just wondering what's up with noodles by the bath.
Please be seated. What's that? You can step down, Mr. Ison. Please step outside the courtroom. Sure. All right. At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does a defense need to look through concerning these exhibits? Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Just a moment. Your Honor, subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Ison, Wendy Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Judge, I had not planned to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I had not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that and move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery,
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
you can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well, please bring the jurors up. Please direct Detective Ison to come back in and take the stand. Detective Ison, come back in. Everyone can be seated. You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize State's 54?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
these are the emails, I believe. believe these are from Wendy Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendy Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? For the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is. Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendy.
Okay.
And it's
what is,
CC'd to another individual.
okay. And what does Wendy do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Kaufman.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, then object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bail is going to take vote. Investigator Ison, if you could step down, please, sir. So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to? Calvin, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Ison capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
Just AA.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55. Show that.
I think we stipulated for that.
Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Are there any objections by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
No, Your Honor.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
How are we handling that?
As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with that. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses. Please bring back in the jurors. Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Mr. Isom, you, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes,
And that's the court file.
yes,
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendy Adelson's Google search warrant?
yes,
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
Yes,
It was pending at the time of his death.
yes,
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
yes,
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
yes,
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children
Why not?
because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, Adelson, please do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time. Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
She, who, I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that
Mhm.
email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendy?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
Correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did he have a life insurance policy?
He did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from a second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendy Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. States 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, States 89.
Any objection? There you are. States 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the gym?
I
if
believe
you
it was
remember? 9:11 sound right?
9/11, yes.
We're talking about AM. So you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9/11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And Were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym. And even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you. Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door. Same car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And is
green
the-
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger?
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And it's the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Yep. Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think
Okay.
it says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the premiere in the same door he came in. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry.
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
Where's that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it? Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it's a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right? And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble, though,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time. Yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this car.
Okay, now can you orient us?
Believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
You found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40, no, 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it, please. What time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that, but
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened, and you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly, you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants. All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the SunPass transponder. So we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the SunPass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the SunPass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a SunPass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
Hold on, let me pull up my email because I didn't see anything from you
This
yesterday.
intersection is
in there.
Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back.
Unless I'm losing my mind. I have the math stuff from his teacher, which was
any cell phone analysis
2 days ago
worked on in this case?
And then I have
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Gary Kirkpatrick's
performed the
this
cell phone
morning
analysis?
that I started to
Sergeant
write,
Corbett.
but I refused. I didn't want
Is
to
that
send
something
it
that's
until
going
I
on
got your info.
simultaneously as you're doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
thing? Okay.
And then I got
And did Corbett's
the
work
Academy, or
include
Advanced
trying to look for
Academy from
phones of
Beckman.
interest traveling
And
in
then
the
I just
areas that
got
we know where you found our
one
suspect vehicle?
that you
That
sent me
and
saying,
Premier Jim.
or from you saying that we were trying to get it.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea
Like,
of the route?
what's
that
going
your
on? I
suspects
don't
may have
know. And I
Yeah.
didn't even get I didn't get
taken? And what
Danae's
did
at
you do
all.
to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida
Okay.
at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75
Right.
all the way to Naples,
The conflict of
and then
interest comes up
crossing over
because
on
I
Alligator Alley. for students in the school and having their IEPs follow with fidelity. Naples to also a step-up provider.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything with the in reference to the toll plazas and
I suggested to her if she wants, I can come over to school one day and
That's correct.
Tell us about that.
Once we had that established,
behind the scenes.
then I contacted the SunPass administrators again
like
at
emailing,
Department of Transportation.
Gianna, Michelle,
And I
because
explained to them what I had. I said, we got
I'm trying to help
a
family
Prius,
get the highest
2006 to
Right.
2009.
I'm just going to
Silver Fine Mica. Not that they
Well, and
had that
I
on
was
record.
shocked because when I got
I
the
said,
email
but we
today, I
have,
was like,
them
Okay.
going through approximately.
I was just kind of shocked. Like, where did that come from? I didn't know where.
In
So
Naples.
I guess because she knows you're on my
Going
email. I
westbound.
tell you on my email.
And once I gave them that and the time,
You know what I mean?
within
Like
a couple minutes of when they would have gone through,
on the emails.
they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield
That's all I had done. So
At
that
that
must
toll
have been why
plaza.
she got your email.
in Naples.
I didn't expect her to
in
reach
Collier
out to
County.
you privately because
And
she
there was
asked me
only
to. She
one
messaged me today.
Prius.
Okay. Yeah,
And
she
that's what
emailed
we
me.
determined that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Okay. Did law enforcement go to Save Gas
They
in
did.
Miami?
Yes,
Was there any documentation discovered at that business
There
related
was.
to the rental of this vehicle?
there was.
67. Let's approach and show you what I marked as state 67. Recognize state 67.
Yes,
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
that's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Okay, moving to evidence state 67, Your Honor.
State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there? Who rented the vehicle?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that went into this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I've marked in the states exhibit 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different, this was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing. Not the right thing. We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as States Exhibit 55. You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's this sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move into evidence States 55.
Defense is stipulated.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
States 55. Okay, well, we'll work on that too. All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay. And
At
did
the
she
same
have,
time,
go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right. So initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right. So this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay. And was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right. And did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What was it, regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanua present when you entered the building?
No.
And did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanua was. The other person that came up to the front She said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68.
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanua and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
Right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanua?
No,
Any employment application,
no,
schedule,
no,
timesheet,
nope,
W-2 forms, or tax filing records?
nope,
Any performance evaluations?
none.
So only the checks.
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanua on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows.
Apparently, I shouldn't be allowed to use a computer today.
Can I just say she is so fucked?
Oh,
So it starts shortly after the
the
homicide.
moment they
2
opened
months?
their mouth, the defense opening statement.
Yes. Actually, the
So,
homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated.
I had the worst
September
headache. Oh my
18th.
god. Yeah, I can't.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay
Um,
period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a
I
pay
didn't mean to have
period
my
that had
IEP
concluded.
conversation with you guys online.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute me.
Laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes,
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanua was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service offsite for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any
Faker.
contact with any patients?
No,
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
correct.
When was Catherine Magbanua arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanua was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Of course, it's an objection, idiots.
About to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
He gonna piss off that judge faster than he can
Lay the
blink.
foundation as this matter in this trial.
Her
This
lawyer
judge-
looks like her sister.
This judge does not play.
Go ahead, sir.
Judge Everett is the
So-
man.
Once,
I'm like, hey,
okay,
Beverly,
so let me back up. So while
this is how you run a courtroom.
Ms. Magbanua was detained on scene,
Beverly,
where she
maybe
was
she
arrested in the daytime, daylight hours. She was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, Magbanua, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back
So you were
And-
interested in getting information from Ms. Magbanua?
Correct. I wanted-
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
What I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kwas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
There's relevance. This is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kwas and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yo, she's such a boss.
Georgia is who I want to be when I grow up.
I want to be Georgia when I grow up. Look at him, thirsty. Oh my God, my mousetrap about to lie.
Look at Harvey. Harvey. Did you look? There's Joel from STS. There's that one.
Oh my
lawyer-
God, it's my Zach baby. Hi, honey. Hi, handsome boy.
Zach.
At the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
Come say it to
You
our
spent
faces.
vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career.
Say it to our face.
Does my dress like blend into my
At the time
skin?
of this, how long had you been
I feel
a
naked.
detective?
Let's see if Zach
6
has.
years.
Let's see if Zach has the.
And
Look, it's the guy
you
from
continue
Dateline.
to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially
Is Zachy
homicide
scared to come
investigation,
up?
for you to be
Is
thorough.
Zachy scared?
correct?
Yes.
You don't want
I don't
to
mow
leave
lawns. I don't know.
essentially any stone unturned,
Yes.
obviously within reason.
Yes.
Zach, how many
You
pictures
talked
do you
about
of yourself with fish?
Your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records.
There's no white lines on his boobies, he said.
Of the Adelson family.
He spelled
pretty early
boobies with a
on,
B-E-W.
Mm,
You started getting them
I want to
in
know
July.
how many pictures
Yes.
that Zach has.
And
himself
you
with
learned
fish. That's what I want to know.
that
Zach definitely has selfies.
Wendy Adelson's
lot.
parents, my client and her husband, lived in
If I were
Miami,
him, I
correct?
would.
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach.
Zach, those
well,
poor fish.
I know that
we
they
had no idea.
ended
what
up
was
in
coming.
Miami Beach. I don't recall at the
Hold on, I will listen to this
time
guy.
of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
You're not going to hear
But you knew that they were in South Florida.
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanua, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanua, or you see Katie Magbanua's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
You don't have pictures
Now-
of your dogs? Because I think that's a lie.
You also mentioned
Those
that you
fish, your
contacted
dog
the
too.
SunPass Authority.
I think so too.
Yes.
Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
We've been on for
Is it
almost 7
true that
hours,
my
baby.
client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendy said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
All day was piss Judge Everett off most of the time. So.
Wow. You have
40.
Now, Mr. Eisen, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendy as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as a custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up. Wendy didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanowa from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
Hi, Carrie,
But you
baby.
don't know if they kept those records for any employee.
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanowa.
And when Miss Magbanua was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanua's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanua's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion,
yes,
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mom.
I just if you needed to take a break.
Oh.
I'm going to show you 64 EE. Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's a August 30th, 2014 email to Wendy. Ah. The sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014 And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Is that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from Donna Harvey at gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from Donna Harvey at gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one becomes available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. Go ahead.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? Donna
Yeah.
Harvey at gmail.com. Some of these are signed Dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed Mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way it's printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment. The State's Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed Mom and Dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this one, All right, so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
You may step down, Mr. Rice. Will he be retained? You may be recalled at some point in the trial. Please remain in contact with your attorneys. What's that?
Am I under the rule?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Can you guys hear me?
Everyone can be seated. Just a reminder for the gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you will need to wait until the
Can you hear
examination
me?
of that witness
I hear
is
you.
complete.
Okay.
We will resume at 3:50.
Kelly Orlando in the house with Amy Boston. Zach says he can't hear you. Zach, say it to our faces. I gave you the link.
I put it on mute. Hi, baby. You just wanted to hear my sexy, raspy voice, honey, didn't you? I can't stop messing with my hair. It's like bothering me today. I'm having a bad hair day. Does anyone else think that she is so fucked?
Oh, from the moment she came out with that was the worst opening statement I've ever heard in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Danny, he was so loved by Donna.
Oh my god! But like, if you wait until I get into the fucking wiretap tapes, holy moly!
I loved him, but
she didn't love Dan at all, dude.
cried.
She was kosher, and sorry, my thing is like crazy. She during the audios of her and Charlie talking, she's talking about how much she hates Dan and that she has to pick this guy Dave because he's gonna take care of her kids. And Charlie's like, who's gonna want a 37-year-old woman with 2 kids? I'd never have that. Like the nastiest. Wait until they play this stuff. They're gonna side her like a motherfucker.
Dude, she's. I did not realize that Harvey sold his Lexus to Katie.
My fucking camera, bro.
Yeah, I knew that they threw like apparently because I was reading a post and it said that one of the court TV girls is in the trial in the room and she's sitting behind Harvey and she's like not much movement from his seat except when that everyone looked at him and turned around when it says media is seated behind the defense's reserved row so I could see the back of Harvey's head. I didn't see the movement from him, but many eyes in the gallery turned to look at him when the jury was told that he sold his used Lexus to Catherine McManoa. I was like, what? What? Where'd she go? It hurts so bad. Zach, why do you hate me? Why are you so mean to me? What is this?
So you all better get going.
He's so pretty. You. It's you. I'm talking about you.
Oh, a punk.
Sorry, guys. My son is off to martial arts and he is getting his green belt next week.
Is that
So
what it is? Zach! You could have just said it.
listen, I pick like the worst guys. I have the worst picker.
Zach, just come up so she can objectify you. She's having a rough week.
I'm having a rough week. Zach, if you can come up and so I can tell you how beautiful you are.
Rude.
Who lied?
He said, Kelly, didn't your mama ever tell you if a guy picks on you, he likes you? Well, she lied.
Listen, I'm having a hard time with that.
You're such a punk, Zach. I'll take that wrench and I'll hit you upside the head with it.
Oh my God,
Boy,
Kelly, wait. Oh God, hold on.
I'll take it away.
We're all in the same boat. Same boat. Oh, time goes.
What are we listening to?
Liam, he's listening to country music. What are you talking about? We're all in the same boat.
Kelly.
What?
Check your messages.
Why?
Check your messages.
Chocolate syrup. Chocolate syrup.
I don't trust any woman that likes me. She must have. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm just like a walking red flag. But I became a red flag because I dated red flags my whole life. It like engulfed in me. Oh.
Spaghetti. Spaghetti.
Go, Liam. Go.
You hear Mickey Mouse, right?
What? I love
Well, he's
Liam.
listening to the guys that they're like chocolate syrup.
Yep. We'll see, Kelly.
Wow.
Right?
Wowzers.
We'll see. Oh my God. You guys, who's here? If you're here, come say hello. We have 50 people watching us. If you are over on the X Files, where your homegirl does not go, but I love all of you, come over to Talk Time with Amy Boston and Kelly. We have a good time over here. Come chat. We have the best mods. Actually, most people are mods on this channel.
We just make everybody mods.
Yeah, we make all our favorite mods. Some people hate us, some people love us, and either way, we're here, we're having fun.
Just don't try to come between me and Amy.
Just don't listen. Me and Kelly are a twosome. We're like twins. Only she has red hair and lives in Florida.
I'm kind of subdued, but I can get fiery. Sorry. Now will Judy chop somebody's ass faster than they can blink.
I will Judy chop him up. Got my Judy chop.
I will
Check your
Judy chop,
messages.
Cry chop. Play some Marty Robbins.
I don't want to get copy struck. What are we playing?
I don't know what he's playing.
Wait, I can't believe you gave Boinking Bay. Yeah, and in Valhalla, I think. Did I get Baker wrench the other
Baker
night?
and Valhalla both.
I love Valhalla. First of all, he has goat cameras. Okay, so if anyone's interested in baby goats, go over to Valhalla's. I'll put it in the chat. Hold on, go over and sub to him. He's amazing. Hold on.
Well, I mean,
And obviously Broken Baker.
yeah, Blanker, he calls her. He can't time him out now.
Is it Valhalla? What?
Valhalla awaits.
Valhalla. Oh, wait. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Hold on. No, Amy Keys, get it together.
Kelly shouldn't even be on the computer today, apparently. Okay, I can't even stay muted when I'm having a phone call about my son's IEP.
I can't find him. That's so weird. How do you spell Valhalla?
VALHAA or HLLA.
Here we go.
A naval. He likes rear what? A naval rear admiral gravy seal. What
Hold
the
on.
hell?
I'm about to ask Baker to put it in my chat. Hold on.
I can put it in there, I think.
Can you find? I can't find him.
Hold, please.
Oh, that's Grizzly. Never mind.
Uh-oh.
Valhalla's awesome. I love him, and I love watching all of his like content. It's so different. There you go. Thanks, Zach, baby. That's why you have a wrench, my love. And obviously, everyone here is subscribed to the Broken Baker. He is a friend of ours, and also the Tilted Lawyer, Omar. We haven't had him on in a while. We're talkers.
Why are you trying to be a goody two shoe?
Who?
Zach. I was
Zach
doing
Sass.
it.
Everyone go over and sub to Valhalla. He's one of our mods. He's amazing. Oh, we're back, kids. We're back.
What's that?
May I
Yes,
address
stop
the court while
Everett.
she's working on the jury? I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, defense can be heard.
You know what I love about her?
Resolve that with the court's ruling.
She doesn't give a shit.
She don't give a flying fuck.
You see the faces she makes? She's like,
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to something.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm referring to the divorce.
Oh, where'd Holiday go?
Admitted with the
Holiday
only exception
there.
being AA for right now.
That was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
She has Afghan hounded.
All right, hold on 1 second. I need to figure something out really quick. Matt, he needs to
I'm
stop.
on the screen. I feel like
Foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up.
Sorry, I'm trying to find out like
Foundation with
what
to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman and Ms. Fulford.
Yep.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case. And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete as to state 60, it's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able
Luis
outside the
Rivera?
presence of the
What?
jury, to conduct that
Aladdin
hearing
King
regarding
himself?
the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
I'm not sure. I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that. But just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Liam, what are you talking about?
Please bring in the jury.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
I don't even have to talk. My child did.
Zach, you're so funny.
You can bring Rivera first.
I need my earbuds. This is so annoying. I can't hear shit.
It's this dog.
How can you hear with Liam in the background?
No, I have to have my computer sound on, and it's like not the same. Like my beats are so good, and they need to be charged. Now I hear dogs.
Welcome to my life.
What
The wind blew, and Crowley decided he had to bark at them.
are they saying? Hold on, let me see if my beats are like charged enough until later. Hold on. Up. Cameraman's fucking up.
Did you hear them? Oh, Mr. Rivera. Hello, sir.
Is he the next one? Kids, get ready.
Oh, Latin Kings are here.
The Latin Kings are here, kids. He's about to spill the beans.
Shit's about to go.
He's about to spill it.
Hell yeah. Okay, Liam, be quiet. We gotta listen to Lewis.
All right, mute.
She wasted no time to bring in the heavy hitters.
Yes, I did. No.
Look at Donna's face, scared as fuck.
She should be.
Everyone can be seated.
Oh.
Mr. Rivera, please raise
You
your
see
right
that
hand. to be
stare he
sworn.
gave Charlie?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please speak loud.
Got such a sweet voice.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
Calypso,
I'm
you
from Puerto
could not
Rico.
be more right.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Shit's about to go down.
You're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this
And a-
sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
Our boy
19 years.
shackles.
Okay, and
Help
that
him
was
out.
concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you
So
anything
fucked.
other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then, when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at her face. Look at it.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, IPs, whatever you want to call them.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about them. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was, total was be like 100, something like that.
Okay, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? What you got?
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Casasuto, Garcia,
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Exactly.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone?
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection states 44. Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
And this?
Katie,
Who's that?
my baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica,
Okay, and that's you there?
yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed there for a night or two, I think.
Okay, did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
It's, the car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Coco, hey, baby girl.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
Kate, I will tell you that's the one thing.
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Okay.
leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan
Hi,
Markel?
Coco, my love.
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage.
Our
and
communication
his driver-
director is doing her
sitting
job.
down on the driver's side on the phone
And did Garcia shoot him through the window?
Certainly
if you know?
is.
through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How is it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see
Your
somebody in a white shirt
detective
kind of jumping
on
around in the
YouTube.
passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
Got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree, babe.
He also had very good reason because they ran this.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling?
They ran his sentence consecutively
To his federal case.
so he actually can get out of jail
Like soon.
really soon.
Yeah.
So by rolling over on all of them and giving them all up, he was able to get out of his federal case and this case a lot quicker.
Not for nothing, I would sing like a fucking canary.
Oh, I would have sang a long time ago. You think I would have
sang? Yeah, I would have.
As soon as I saw one of them get arrested, I've been like, they did it. They all wrote me into it. Let's do it. They would. They'd all be gone. But yeah.
Like at this point, he has nothing to lose. You know what I mean? Like,
Is the sky blue, Coco?
Coco, Donna is definitely guilty. She's the ringleader.
Hey,
Hi, we were just talking about you. I had everyone go over and sub to your channel. Welcome in, baby.
Donna, yeah, this guy's blue, so then Donna's definitely guilty.
Right.
All right, back on to our boy, the Aladdin King.
Yes, ma'am.
July 18th, 2014.
Or as Charlie would say, the Aladdin King.
The Aladdin King.
The AladdinKing.
The king of all Aladdins.
You're welcome, my love. We sent everyone over there to sub.
I'm sorry, introduce.
He was totally talking crap about you. I've never seen someone talk more crap about somebody than Zach was today.
Oh, hey, baby. Wait, here
Is that
she
the
is.
vehicle you were
What's
driving
up,
when
baby?
the murder was done, sir?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
got you a picture. Oh my gosh. All right, come in and say hi.
Are you at the ATM machine?
You told
ma'am.
me he pushes for a wrench, and so he somehow got a wrench here because I like goats, and he has goats.
States Exhibit 40.
I love you,
Is this Mr.
Baker.
Garcia, is he your passenger?
Next time I'll
Yes,
be
ma'am.
here.
States Exhibit 41.
Hell, I totally called
Is
Amy
the
out.
passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video.
Absolutely.
That's only because I had ours on the computer and his on my phone.
Welcome into all the Baker raid.
Baker
I
raid.
do. Next time you come on, I'm gonna yap my face off to you. My phone was in the lake. Okay, I went paddle boarding, and my phone went in the lake.
Turn your phone back on after the murder.
Oh man.
And plus, you got to know
Not
each
really.
of us
Do
separately.
you remember
and
who
they
was
get
the
to know
first
us
phone
both
call that either
together.
of you made after the
Baker's a
murder?
friend of the show, and I absolutely adore
Who did
him. He's the
Garcia
best
call?
conversationalist
And were you
ever.
able to hear Katie on the other
So
end of the
easy to
line when
talk
he was
to.
talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done? And she's
Kelly, is
gonna-
there any way you can turn her up?
Try. You
Yeah.
know
When
what?
did
Yeah.
you get the money?
Oh,
Saturday
I
morning.
have the volume boost.
Was that the next day?
Forgot.
Next day.
Yeah, Coco, I love listening to Baker talk. I talked to him for 3.5 hours
Do you
one night,
remember
and it
that
was
on that Saturday
amazing.
morning, you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa.
Is that better?
She was looking
A
for
little
you
bit.
to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call
Let me try
you?
to get my beats back
Really,
in.
she
Hold
never
on.
calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of them, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Hi, Tracy.
Yes.
Welcome
That
in.
was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
How's that?
Nope.
Better.
So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money.
Hey,
How'd you get it? Where'd you get
Tracy.
Oh,
I
was in the
know.
barbershop.
Oh, look, the only credible
They
witness.
pulled up to my house. Katie
Right?
Garcia
She ain't lying.
called my phone.
She is a Florida girl.
They, I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came
My
to
baby
house.
mama.
Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia came into my house and brought the money.
All right. And do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
It was
But you
washed
said
and
she was supposed to
Oh.
stapled.
go get
absolutely.
it, and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
35,000 for this?
about
I
that?
asked for more.
Yeah, it was weird. It was all staple.
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 staple.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
What a weirdo.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No,
Did
Charlie.
you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
He bought a motorcycle.
Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
What does this button do? I don't know. What does this button do?
Hey, Zach, thanks for the super chat. I love you, baby.
46.
Zach, you're a man
This
out there.
yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And State's
you watch
Exhibit
Full
47. What about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Did you watch
Is that what you bought or part of what you bought?
That's
with the money?
mine's.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also the follow-up show that she
How
could
long
show up
after the
to.
murder did you guys make those purchases?
Right, sorry. I'm only like comfortable in Indian
Days,
style.
weeks, months?
I hate.
Probably like a
Oh,
month.
my.
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your
Well,
cell
obviously
phone
he's
after
talking
the
to you,
murder?
Amy,
Did you
because
dump your cell phone?
my mom
If
lied.
you come to Boston, Zach. Oh my God.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice on the
Absolutely.
sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 136.
Our Italian nanny is trying to get money from her Cash App now.
She's trying to get in Maddie's pool. She's trying to get Zach's cash. I see you. I see you. I see you, hate.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 136.
Yes, Coco, I've seen that. I do want to get that out there.
We'll look into it. Maybe we can do it on the Bad Kids Club.
We need to have Tracy on. Tracy knows him.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Tracy, if you want to come on with us on the Bad Kids Club Saturday night, come up with us.
No, Tracy and Dana from
Absolutely.
Distance.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Maybe I'll text her on Saturday.
That'd be great.
It's 136, isn't it?
I feel you, Zach. I have red flag all over me.
Oh my God.
Coco said she has the wife's email. Coco, do you want to text me it? Wait, I did the wrong one.
One moment, please.
That would be great.
Yeah. Coco, message me. You are a great cheerleader, honey. I just drank so much coffee. Like this was like full iced coffee. I'm all hyped up.
It's like a CCP.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overall, he has knowledge of his own actions and what he's thinking at the time.
What,
Answer the question.
what would you have preferred to do to get the money?
Yeah.
I would have went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said
Yeah.
that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Give me kisses. No, that's cheap.
Nothing further.
Tell me you love me.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, baby. Where's Harvey?
I think he left.
He said, I don't see these bitches. Ooh. Harvey had a date.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Look at him. He's staring Donna down. Look at him.
I would be too, like, you stupid bitch.
He used to do the same to Charlie. He would just, oh, there's Harvey. Where'd he come from? You know what? I think Luis Rivera is actually a really nice dude. I really think he's a nice guy. Like,
I think that he doesn't give a fuck anymore and he's just gonna snitch.
well, like
What does he have to lose? I mean, he's in
This
prison
thing
for the rest of his life.
he's like, I won't do anything in front of the kids. No, he isn't. He's getting out. Oh my God, her defense team is so stupid. Cotton, get down. Liam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
This is the state, correct? I'll be right back.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
With
has
Mr.
been-
Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so
Twice.
sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah,
And what is that?
like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any?
I
of
said
this?
that too.
Right?
Hey,
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that.
they
page
look
were
like
not involved.
sisters.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Check your phone.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
Needs to remain under the rule, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time. Parties can approach.
My dude. Know what I'm saying?
Like, why am I getting a notification? This is odd. I looked down. I was like, oh, oh,
Yeah.
or what is it? Ooh, ooh. Is that how not Nurse Kim does it? Heck yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you, baby.
The jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case.
Is it
Once again,
over?
I'm going to remind
I
you
have a
of
feeling
this.
they're going to have some.
Please report on
Motions
Monday morning at
fighting to go through
8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday. Yes.
don't talk to anybody or you will regret your life, is what he's saying. You can get some. All you gotta do, hey, is just commit a murder for him. They'll put you on layaway. Coco or Stacy, he's actually not in jail for life. He's able to get out soon. Don't talk down on yourself. You're our communications director. We don't just give that to anybody.
Are we gonna have like a short recap after this is done? Just quick?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, just for a minute. Yeah, he got 19 years. Thank you, Coco. I will look at it and we will try to do it on Saturday. We'll look into it as much as possible. Okay, Mama?
And I with the info you have, I'll also reach out to Tracy Murray and see if I can get her to come on because she knows
That'd
the
be
family
awesome
too.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Leah, laughing that hard's gonna make you sick, buddy. It was a rigorous interview. I mean, we pay you a lot.
Right.
We had to make sure it was the right person.
Right. Yeah, they would deny parole. That's right. He was, and the other one's going to be too.
I think they should be released myself. And the governor, it's not final. The governor can change it if he chooses to.
Yeah.
However, the stuff that they did not deny him based on what the crime was. They've denied him based on actions that happened in jail over the last 35 years.
Actually, please
And I don't.
report at 9:15.
Here we go.
And by the time
9:15 tomorrow.
we'll expect to get
Monday
going with the trial by
On Monday. I forget what day
Have a
it
good
is.
Weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
However, I feel that the stuff that he did in jail, he was honest about, and the reason he did it was because he thought he was never getting out.
Right.
Like he had a cell phone contraband, things like that.
He had infractions.
And he felt like, well, I'm not going anywhere, so might as well be able to talk to my wife. But Drew's here. Hey, baby.
Hello. Hi, Drew. My lovey.
Ms. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was halfway through about 10 minutes ago. So.
All right. If you can, we can start at 8:30, have the witness, and go through this smoothly, give everyone an opportunity to get some rest. We won't prefer to do it that way.
Yes, sure.
Love you, Drew.
I just failed to introduce one of the ATM still images, Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection. No. States 37 is admitted.
Are they going with another witness? Let's go.
Briefly before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted.
It might be a 1 year.
Well, okay.
He just sent the jury home.
Oh,
I
okay.
have
So it's a
on
voir
my
dire to see
chart
what you're gonna say.
exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted,
That's the one thing I like about Florida court.
37 through 47.
They don't just stop at
admitted,
5. They keep going.
55 admitted,
Right.
67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, excuse me, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, and 128, and 136.
Is one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit Stacy exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed, what else?
After 128,
136.
136, and that's it.
That matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used. And
Yes.
advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes. And the foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA. All right.
This judge is no
8:30 on
joke.
Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
All right, guys, that's it. We're gonna be here Monday morning at 9:15. I hope you all come and join us because obviously, you know, our chat is the shit. And me and Kelly, I mean, how can you get better? And Liam.
And Liam's always here. Liam's our
And,
back.
yeah, Liam's our cheerleader. Yeah. But no, he is. Listen, my happiness goal is Liam. I want to be as happy as Liam is.
You know, he's been like, and it's funny because looking back at the videos that popped up my memories, he's been like that his whole life, just giggling at himself.
Like, I just want that happiness. He's the best kid.
He really is. He's a good boy.
I have a whole thug. My son's a thug. He has his mama's personality.
Hey, like Liam said my name yesterday.
Can he say Amy?
Yeah, hey Liam. Can you say hi, Amy? Amy.
Oh, I love you, Liam.
He just
I love
forgot
you,
the
Liam.
hi part, but at least he said the Amy.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Yeah, and my son is right now in martial arts working on his green belt, which I am so proud of him. I'll be going to his graduation next week. Hopefully he's missed a few classes, so he's going to go 3 times this week. So hopefully he gets it.
Maybe after he gets
maybe.
his green belt, we'll just take him out of karate and put him in Diamond Dave's
Right.
school. And he could just jimmy chop
Right.
and ninja chop.
Right. So what'd you think about today? I thought it was ballsy to bring up Rivera. Like that was big guns early.
I mean, I knew that they were gonna bring out like the detectives and stuff like that today, but this case is flying by already. And the fact that Rivera didn't come out in Charlie's case till after Wendy.
Right.
So
Right.
the fact that they brought the big guns out on the first day.
Yo, they brought the murderer out. Who do you think's gonna come next? Charlie or Wendy? Wendy?
I think Wendy.
I think Wendy's coming next. and then Charlie, and then the other brother that's estranged from him.
Or they'll put Rob first.
Ooh, I like it. Rob might be first. We should take a poll.
Rob
I'm
is
gonna do a
estranged.
poll. I need my phone. I'm doing a poll, kids. Who's gonna be up first?
Because Rob is
Wait.
estranged, and why is he estranged? Because he believed they had something to do with it. Cotton, nobody needs you behind you. Nine 15 Monday.
All right, guys, I gotta go finish my laundry. My neighbor is asking me to get my shit out of there. So I'm gonna go. You can stay. I gotta go. But I love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow night for the Bad Kids Club.
Bye, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's only because I sent Judge Everett an email, and told him I had to get here by like 9:05. So he fixed it for me.
Cool.
No, I didn't send him an email. What are you talking about?
All right, guys, I really gotta go. Are you gonna stay? Because I gotta breeze.
I'll stay for a few minutes.
Okay. I love you guys. See you tomorrow night. Bad Kids Club, 7 o'clock.
Whoop, whoop. Why don't you guys tell me I look like that? Whoa. I probably just scared all of you guys. Oh my goodness. I gotta go find that. Enhance my beauty. Hold on, let me enhance my beauty. There we go. Enhance. Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. See, now I feel better. I don't look so crazy. Yeah, I literally woke up today and rolled out of bed, and I could not move to function today. And then I felt really bad today because we had to give up on our baby girl. And hey, I love you. I just smoothed it out a little bit. I had to give my baby girl or one of our cats away because we've tried for like a year and a half and we have not been able to get her where she needs to be health wise, and it's just not working. And I ended up reaching out to a vet tech and she's been wanting one. So I took her to her today and dropped her off, and so she went to a new home. And I've been crying today because I didn't want to do that. I felt really bad. We don't like to give up our animals. Our animals are our children, and you guys know how many I have, and so it takes a lot for me to give up. And then I ran and got Declan real quick and came home and had to talk to my advocate for Liam's IEP today, which apparently I did it on, I thought I was on mute. God, what is going on with this hair? Look at this stuff. So what did you guys think? Anybody think anything? I mean, I know some of you guys came in late. Who here doesn't know this case? That you guys are just kind of lost and you want like a little recap? Because I could do a little recap. Yeah, I totally understand it. It's so hard too because I just want what's best for her, and we just can't seem to do it. Coco, you want to recap? Because I can play a chart. Okay, so Brandy Churchwell did a quick 50-minute recap. I can play it. I have to stop a little bit and kind of talk about it in between because of fair use and everything. But it's a really good recap. And I think that it'll kind of, and I don't know if you guys know, but Brandy in her charts, a Churchwell chart is like the best chart because she does some really in-depth charts. Let's see. So she has been on Crime Junkie Jury. And we're gonna do a crash course with Brandy Churchwell. And we're going to try to catch you guys up a little bit so you're not so lost. Okay. You don't have to watch it later. You can stay here. It's really quick. It's only like 50 minutes. We'll make it quicker. All right. Everybody here loves some Brandy Churchwell, don't you say? It's Crime Junkie Jury, yes. So they have Crime Junkie is one channel, and Crime Junkie Jury is another one. And Brandy Churchwell has joined Crime Junkie Jury to do the cases, like when she streamed Karen Reed and Donna Adelson, stuff like that. So she still has hers, but a Churchwell chart, man, Churchwell chart will get you guys going every time. So I'm gonna pull this up, put myself in the corner. And then, let's see. That might be better. And we're going to play.
Hi, everybody. We are getting ready to go into Donna Adelson's trial. Now, I've noticed as we're getting closer and closer to opening statements that there are a lot of new eyes on this case. There's a lot of people who haven't really followed the other trials, haven't really followed this case before. And as people are coming in, they're getting kind of confused because it can be a little bit scattered. There's a lot of people involved. It's kind of a convoluted and complicated case. So I decided to do a quick crash course on everything that you need to know before Donna's trial starts. Now, I'm a visual learner, and I know a lot of you are too. So since there are so many people, I did make a graphic so that we can kind of keep up with who's who in this trial. So quick breakdown of the players here involved. We have over here the Adelsons. You'll see the parents are Donna and Harvey. Donna and Harvey live in the South Florida, Miami type area. They had a very successful dental business. Harvey was the dentist. Donna ran the office, made a lot of money, had a good living. They have 3 children. Now, only 2 of their children are actually kind of involved in this. The other one lives in New York. So we're going to leave him out of this. But for this, you see Charlie and Wendy. Now, Charlie is a periodontist, and he is also living in the Miami area. Wendy, the sister / daughter, was also in the Miami area for a while, but she actually ended up in Tallahassee because she was married to the victim, Dan Markel. Dan Markel was an FSU law professor, and everybody has great things to say about him. You know, he's very smart, beloved professor, great attorney, all that stuff. So nothing but good things about him except for from the Adelsons, but we'll get to that. Now, Charlie was dating a girl named Katie McBanawa. Katie and Charlie were not like very serious. This wasn't like a long-term committed relationship or anything, but they were more than friends and they were dating. Katie has kind of been listed as like the middleman because she is the connection between the Adelsons and the hitmen who were actually convicted of murdering Dan Markel. So we'll get through all of that in just a minute, but just so you kind of have an idea of who's who. The hitmen are Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivero. Sigfredo and Katie have children together. So that's her connection to them. And then Sigfredo and Luis are longtime childhood friends. So that's kind of who's who. And now we will get into all of the details about what happened. So Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel met on a Jewish dating website, and they were married in 2006. They had 2 sons together, and they actually separated in 2012. Now, in September of 2012, Wendy actually filed for divorce. So Dan's out on this business trip. He's gone, and he comes home from being gone on this business trip, and he finds the divorce papers at the house, and he sees that Wendy has apparently moved out all of the furniture, pretty much all the furniture, cleared out basically a lot of the stuff that was in their house, and also cleared out a lot of their money, took half of their joint account, and then, according to him, also took some things that she wasn't entitled to, including family heirlooms and some non-marital property. Now, that was in September of 2012. Wendy and her brother Charlie.
Okay, so the property that she took that was not supposed to be taken, mind you, he was out of town. She left him divorce papers on the bed. She took stuff for him and the kids and herself. Took half the bank account. She also took the Holocaust ring that was in his family. Okay. Dan Markel is an Orthodox Jew. He is very, 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 very strict on his religion. He eats kosher. He does all of that stuff. So, where Wendy is a Jew-ish, we call it. She's a Jew-ish. And even though her parents wanted her to marry a Jewish man, they didn't really care. So they did it, the religion fit them when it would fit them. Okay. In fact, so much so that part of this case is where she wanted to have Wendy take the kids and have them baptized at a Catholic church in Tallahassee to make him angry when they're Jewish. So, but one of the items she took was the Holocaust ring. That was a family heirloom from the Holocaust, and refused to give it back. So that's a big deal. His parents are in that audience right now, and they still have not got that back. So we're gonna move on. Any questions so far before I move on? Anybody? Any questions? I got you guys. All right.
And her parents, Harvey and Donna, were all determined to have Wendy and the two children that she shared with Dan move to South Florida, where the rest of the family was after her divorce. Dan, however, says no, he doesn't want his kids that far away. And they have worked out a custody agreement. They have that in place. And Tallahassee and Miami are like 7 hours away. So he tells Wendy, no, I don't want you moving with my children. We're going to have to figure this out. You'll have to stay here. Wendy asked the courts to allow her to relocate with the kids anyway, thinking, well, maybe if, I have the court order, then I can just go down there and it doesn't matter what Dan says. Obviously, the judge denies that.
Okay. I don't know where you guys are from, but in the state of Florida, you can only move without a court order in a 50-mile radius of the house, the marital house. So the house that Dan Markel lived in, even though was supposed to buy Wendy out of it, she could only move with the kids within a 50-mile circular radius. Okay? With that, she can do without having to go to court. She wanted to move from Tallahassee, which is up in the Panhandle, all the way down to South Florida to Miami, Pembroke Pines area. That's a lot further. So she put in for a relocation. Relocations are not very easy to do unless you can prove that it is in the best interest of the child to move. So my husband's ex, when she was in first grade, decided one day she's going to move. She's going to move from Orlando to Pensacola, which is 8 hours away. So Tallahassee from us is 4 hours. Pensacola is another 4 hours past that. Yes, I do believe Wendy is guilty. I believe Wendy is the reason they knew where he was. They had to have. Wendy knew that he had the kids that day. And she knew he was leaving out of town. and she wanted it done then. And I do believe that Wendy is completely guilty. So when Steve's wife or ex-wife tried to move with Olivia to Pensacola, she called for an emergency hearing. She packed all her stuff in a U-Haul truck. Okay. She was ready to go. She already had a job in Pensacola that had announced that she had accepted the position. Except she didn't get the judge's permission yet. So we had to go to this emergency hearing. And she had to prove why it was in the best interest of Olivia to move there. And her response was that there's better schools. She has better this, that, and the other. So you're going to be taking a little girl who has spent almost every day after school. We had her till 6, and then every other weekend. So she's spending a lot of time with her dad. She has stepbrothers that she had become close with. Even though Shannon tried to tell them that stepbrothers weren't real brothers, they were just my kids. And that's not true because we don't say step here in the house. And we went to court, and I had to testify for the first time ever on a witness stand to when we got married, where we lived, our relationships, why this is the house Olivia was brought home from the hospital in. That's because this was the marital home. Steve getting up with the home and the dogs, and she left. We saw a hand waving. And we had to show why it was in the best interest of Olivia not to move. And we won that case. And the judge told her she better figure out how to get her job back because it wasn't his fault. Plus, the judge happened to be from Pensacola. His family is still Pensacola. And he said, do you know how many times I go to visit? A year? Once. Because there's no easy way to get there. There's no way to fly into Pensacola. There's no way to take a train to Pensacola. You have to drive. And it is an 8-hour drive. And even though you think she said it's still in Florida, it's barely still in Florida. So that is why she lost that. And so she had to go home. And Olivia was with my mom while we went to court. Steve took Olivia home. And when he got there, the U-Haul truck was in the driveway, and her car was she had boxes all over her house. She had packed it up because she was supposed to be there that weekend. And our court was on a Friday. And he said no. So a lot of the times in Florida is a shared parenting state. It's not 50-50. It's not primary custody. It's not I have sole custody. They don't care if this person, say Luis Garcia gets out, or Luis Rivera gets out of jail. If he gets out of jail and he's got children, he has a right to have shared parenting time with those children. They don't care that he committed a murder. He might be supervised in the beginning, but they want him as part of their lives. And so it takes a heck of a lot to fight the state of Florida because Florida has changed the laws to take away from families to say that it's a mom is the only one that can take care of the kids. So mom wants what mom gets. No, I've had a friend move away from her ex-husband with her kids to South Florida, and they told her to move back. And if she did not, within 1 week, have those kids back up here, she would lose all custody. And it would go sole custody to Callaway because they were not playing. She left without telling the court. So they're they've changed the laws in Florida to make sure that shared parenting is happening and that fathers have rights. And we just so happen to have a father's rights attorney who helped change the laws in the state of Florida to make that happen. And the judge we got was a friend of his as well. Not that that mattered, but he happened to be in his chambers in another case 10 minutes prior to our trial. So our lawyer she took us for she took us, we got like a child support thing because she had put us on, they used to be direct pay and she decided to change it to the state, which was good because I didn't, that way that Steve didn't have to see it come out. It just came out straight from his paycheck. And yeah, moms are not always the right parent. And they need both parents in their lives, especially if you have a dad who wants to be part of their lives. So when that happened, I mean, the judges are strict. They don't play the game. You're not going to take the kid from the dad unless you do it the right way and it's approved. And it has to be proven that it is in the best interest of that child. It's not in the best interest of a child to take them away from their father. Ever.
Yes.
So I'm going to start this again.
On June 20th of 2013, 9 months after filing for divorce, Judge Hobbs denied Wendy's request with prejudice, which means not only can you not move to Miami, but also don't ask again. Now, a little over a month later, the divorce was finalized by a marital settlement agreement. So after this, Wendy's parents, especially Donna, repeatedly tried to convince Wendy to somehow coerce Dan into allowing her to move down to the Miami area where they are. Now, Donna suggested that their family could offer Dan $1 million. She and Harvey would pay 1/3 of it. Charlie would pay 1/3 of it. And then Wendy would pay the final 1/3 of it. She also suggested that Wendy should threaten to convert the kids to Catholicism because she knows that Dan was very observant in the Jewish faith and religious practices of the kids were a very big priority for him. Donna also repeatedly talked bad about Dan to the kids and in front of them, calling him derogatory names, saying he's stupid and that she hates him, and on and on and on. So this goes on for a while, and the kids apparently tell Dan about this, according to court documents. Now, Dan files a motion to prohibit Donna from seeing the kids unsupervised because of all this. Of course, he's angry about this. He doesn't want bad things to be said about him to his children. Now, there was a hearing scheduled for this to be heard, but it was delayed. It would never be heard, though, because within a couple months, Dan was murdered. So let's talk about the day of the murder. It was July 18th, 2014. Donna Adelson had set an appointment for the Geek Squad to repair Wendy's TV on this day. So Wendy was at home. Dan left that morning and he had the kids at that time. So he took their 2 kids to daycare, dropped them off about 10 till 9, and then he went to the gym. Dan got home from the gym around 11 a.m. and he pulled into his driveway. Now, he's on the phone at this time when he's pulling in, and he's on the phone and he tells this person who he's on the phone with, he's like, I see somebody in my driveway that I don't recognize. And the person on the phone then heard what sounded like a loud grunt, followed by like a muffled conversation in the background, but couldn't make out exactly what was being said. Then heard what sounded like labored breathing, and Dan was not responding on the phone. Now, the murder happened at 11:02 a.m. on the 18th. The neighbor that lives next door to Dan heard like a loud bang and looked out his window. The neighbor saw a small, like silver or light colored car backing out of Dan's driveway. So the neighbor goes to check on Dan and found him slumped over in his car and called 911. Now, the police eventually arrive, and Dan is, like I said, slumped over in the driver's seat of the car, and he has apparent gunshot wounds to the head. He's taken to the hospital where he later dies from his injuries. So police find Wendy, because what are you going to do? The first thing you do is find the spouse or the ex, right? So police find Wendy at a local restaurant, and they took her to the Tallahassee Police Department to interview her. Now, she's in there for like 5 or 6 hours, and it's interesting because she made statements suggesting that the murder could have been arranged by someone on her behalf, but she says it would have been without her knowledge. She also said that her parents were very angry at Dan, and she thought that maybe someone could have arranged this murder on her behalf. She also said she thought that the Markels would suspect her since she wanted to relocate to South Florida with her and Dan's children. here's the other interesting thing. She told the police that her brother, Charlie, actually joked about hiring a hitman to kill Dan. But he said, I thought about hiring a hitman to kill him, but it was cheaper to just buy you a TV. She said it was a poor taste in a joke, but she didn't think that he would actually do it. It was just a joke. Now, while she's in the interview room, Wendy actually calls her mom, Donna, to let her know what has happened. And then she actually asked Donna to call Charlie and tell him about it. When she hung up with Donna, though, it was weird because she told the police officer, she's like, oh, well, my mom actually sounded surprised to hear it. So that's good. Like kind of insinuating like, you know, oh, I thought maybe it could have been my mom that set it up, but she sounded surprised. So maybe it wasn't. That's great. Very odd. Now, she also told police about her ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, another FSU professor who actually looks very similar to Dan. And she said that Jeff didn't like Dan because Dan hurt her. So what do police do? Of course, they talked to Jeff. They talked to him a couple days later. Now, they're able to verify that he was hundreds of miles away at the time of Dan's murder. He had actually gone to Tennessee to leave and go see friends. Now, Jeff also shared some of his own theories on what happened. He told police to focus on Wendy's parents and her brother, Charlie. He said they hated Dan. He's like,
Jeff Lacoste figured this out within 24 hours. He also, I'm so thankful that Jeff left early. He was supposed to leave that morning. If he would have left when he was supposed to, he would have been driving near the crime scene, and his car was near the color of what they rented. Jeff was going to be the fall guy. But the fact that Jeff left an hour early, or I mean, a night early, meant that he was way far out of town before it happened. And he came back and figured that shit out instantly. Instantly. So, are we all on track? Everybody got like where we're at? Do we need to stop, ask questions? Any questions to anybody? We're all good? Okay. I'm going to start it again.
I've never seen that kind of obsession. Hating Dan is basically their hobby. It's crazy. He said that Wendy told him that Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 and was told it would be like $15,000. Now, this sounds like the joke, right?
Hello?
But Jeff says, no, this was not a joke. She was actually serious. Like she said that he had looked into it and actually got pricing on it. He also said that when he visited Charlie with Wendy in the spring of 2013, Charlie like bragged about being connected to some kind of Cuban criminal element. Now, this especially is interesting since Wendy had mentioned Charlie in her interview as well. And of course, the joke about hiring the hitman.
Within
Now,
20 minutes.
Donna and Harvey talked to the lead investigator at Dan's memorial service. He has a memorial service in Tallahassee on July 20th, 2014. So Donna and Harvey are there. They talked to the lead investigator and they agree to contact the lead investigator to arrange an interview before they leave Tallahassee to go back to South Florida. So the next day, the lead investigator calls Wendy. He's like, hey, it's me, the lead investigator. And as soon as he identifies himself, she's like, oh, there's a bad connection, and then hangs up. So her connection was apparently not good enough to stay on the phone with the lead investigator, but it was good enough for her to call her lawyer, because less than 5 minutes after the call ended, the attorney then called the investigator and said that Wendy had left town with her children and her parents, and they were already on the way to South Florida. He said, I don't have a date. I don't know when they're going to return. And he told the investigator, if you have any further questions, contact me instead. So Donna and Harvey also left without speaking to the police like they had promised. Now, since then, not one person from the Adelson family has contacted Tallahassee PD or asked about the investigation, which is crazy. Now, in July of 2015,
Hi,
Wendy
Shari.
even changed the children's names from Markel to Adelson. And she said that this was because she was worried about their safety. She said that I think Nancy Grace had put some pictures on her show of the children, and all of a sudden, you know, she was worried about there being media about it. But she said that that's the reason she did it, to protect them. But she also removed her oldest son's middle name, which was honoring Dan's grandmother who had passed. So to me, it doesn't seem like safety. It seems like trying to erase the Markel family completely from.
I agree. I feel like by the fact that she changed the middle name, totally tells me that she's erasing his family from those children. And I will tell you, the Markels are not seeing their grandchildren, but maybe one time since all this has happened. Okay. So, anything to add, my love?
Nothing. I mean, this is it. She did a great job of like explaining everything. She's amazing. If you guys aren't over in Brandy Churchill's channel, you should be. She's amazing. This is the most convoluted conspiracy. That's why, like, when everything, I'll bring it back to Karen Reed, everyone's like, there's no such thing as a conspiracy. This can't happen. Look at this. Look how many players killed this man. You know, and I hate when people, I say it too. It's like the Adelson trial, whatever. It's like the Dan Markel fucking tragedy. He didn't deserve this. Churchwell. Thank you, Baker. I mean, he did not deserve this at all. And all of these people came together to hurt him so that they could take their grandchildren down to Miami. And what? And do what? And then, and all the jail calls of them being like, she needs to go with that Dan. She's 37 with 2 kids. No one's gonna want her. Blah 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 blah. So they got rid of the man that they wanted her to marry and have children with. But because he was too Jewish and she didn't want to be kosher and she's a little princess, they all conspired to murder this man so that she could get a better catch. Can you imagine? I don't know about you, but is your family all up in your fucking relationship business?
No.
I know. Thank God for Baker. He's like, he's trying to make me a better creator, and I love him for that. I love him for that. Thank you, Baker.
Baker, I'll send your payment later. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll Venmo you later, boo. I'll Venmo you later.
Adding it all up.
Actually,
I'm just trying to make sure
I
we give you
super
more.
chatted him the other day.
Just
because
one payment.
he's just that guy. I know Baker does live. Baker loves me. He teases me because he loves me, and he's gonna come back on with us at 3 a.m. and talk nonsense.
Well, I told him on X, I was like, let's do it another time when you're awake.
Yeah, man. I will listen, you can come on whenever you want. And now I'm back home and have my regular studio in my bedroom. So I would love to have you on. And Valhalla, come up and join us. We would love to have you too. Absolutely. We'll have a panel.
We loved all of them.
I do know that Baker said today that he is not following the Adelson case, which I do respect him for, because everybody is doing the Adelson case. So I look forward to watching his.
Wait a second.
Wait, is that Danish dollars or American dollars? You have to
had him talk down to 80% off on Saturday.
Do you know what's really funny, Baker? What I do for a job, I'm an information systems specialist. I can't figure out a fucking mic.
That's funny as shit.
Yeah, right. Baker, you're invited to my bedroom. Absolutely. Absolutely you are. You've already been. You were here for 3 hours. Who said 2 minutes?
Yeah. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Baker, how many hours apart are we? Baker, what time is it where you are, honey? I am an IT professional. I am for many, many years. I'm just not like a mic and like camera specialist. I do other shit.
Okay. Starting it again.
Yeah. Shari, you're invited into my bedroom too, baby.
The checks were because she would go on the weekend and clean, but he's
Wait,
never
why
there
are
on the
you
weekend,
doing
so he doesn't
military
know.
time,
He doesn't see
Baker?
her. He just assumed that that's what she
That's
did.
30 his time.
That's his story.
I know.
Now, her phone records show her connection to Charlie Adelson, and investigators find out they're dating. Police now have a connection between the murder and the Adelsons. Also, Katie had a lot of cash deposits after Dan's murder, totaling more than $56,000 on top of the checks that she was receiving. Actually, in the 6 weeks after Dan's death, Katie deposited more cash than she did in the whole year before that. And Katie also had a Lexus that she was driving that was registered to Harvey Adelson and had been previously driven by Charlie. The title for that was signed over to her in January of 2016, and records showed that she gave $1,700 for it. So at this point, it's April of 2016, coming up on 2 years since Dan's death, and still no arrests. The FBI decides to use an undercover agent to approach Donna, kind of bump into her on the street, and then bring up the situation to see if they can get them talking, and then they're going to intercept any phone calls. Now, he approaches Donna and he hands her like an envelope. It's a press release of Dan's murder. And there's also a phone number on there written for her to contact. And he's basically like, yeah, you know, I want $5,000 because I know that y'all are taking care of Katie, and, you know, my family member also needs to be taken care of since they handled that situation up north for you. Up north is in Tallahassee. So Donna is like, oh, what? So the FBI then listens in on calls where Donna contacts Charlie, and she's like, hey, I need to meet you about some paperwork that was just dropped off that involves both of us. But she says she can't discuss it over the phone. Now, the paperwork that she was given, remember, that's a press release about the murder of Dan. And she's like, yeah, I got this paperwork that involves you and I. That's pretty incriminating. They talk about meeting and if Charlie needs to bring cash or not. And he wants to know if there was a threat or if police should be contacted. And Donna said, that's not a good idea. Now, if you have somebody coming up on the street, like trying to like blackmail you and you're not guilty, wouldn't you think that the police would be a good idea to call? But she said,
He's just, you know, extorting money is nothing. Why call the police when you're being extorted?
Amen.
What's this? You're talking to witnesses? You're talking, do you know her? Liam, turn it down.
Sorry, guys. I am seeing something. Give me a break here. One second.
no. Now, when Charlie asked what it was about, Donna said, this TV is probably about 5. Here we go with the TVs again, related to murder. Now, Charlie asked if they asked for 5,000. When she said this TV is probably about 5, he said, you know, did they ask for 5,000? And Donna confirmed. This isn't the first that we've heard of the TV. Like I said, the TV is cheaper than a hitman, and the TV guy was coming to Wendy's that morning. The TV seems to be potentially code for murder. Now, Charlie then meets up with Katie, and their conversation is recorded. They don't know that. He's heard saying, this guy is going to be a big problem and she better have him killed. And if she can't, then he'll find someone to do it. He also said something about, you know, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. He speculates on whether or not this is just a way to get everyone talking. He uses the analogy like throw a smoke grenade and everyone runs out talking. He mentions carrying a gun on him. And y'all, he even makes a comment that he's like, yeah, I would shoot somebody if they came up to me, because when the police show up and they see an oral surgeon and a dead gang member in my driveway, they're not going to come down hard on me. That was his mindset. Now, after the meeting, Charlie calls Donna back and says that he's handling everything. Don't worry, Mom. I got it. I'm handling everything. She was still freaking out, and she asked to be notified when it's all taken care of. So Katie tries to pressure Sigfredo to call that number and figure out who it is, because remember, they brought up her name. So she's like, we need to figure out who this is. So she tries to get Sigfredo to do it, and he's like, I'm not calling that number. Finally, he agrees to do it. And he tells Katie, he's like, it's not even a working number. No big deal. But apparently he lied. I think he was just trying to shut her up, because he never actually tried to call the number. The FBI even verified to make sure that that phone was in working order, and there were never any phone calls that went to it. So I think he was just trying to shut her up. Now, Charlie and Katie start talking more on WhatsApp. So not a lot of their conversations are on record, but there are messages where he tells her he's talking to his
Let me unmute. So Charlie was a periodontist, and a periodontist is, if you don't know, they work on your gums and the bones, all that stuff. And that periodontist, I told you guys, I shouldn't even be working a computer today. I'm not doing the best. Periodontist did that work. He was a traveling periodontist, so he would go to multiple different offices. Apparently today they said that Charlie owned the Adelson Institute, which I don't understand why you would go to a periodontist to be a traveling periodontist and waste that money and gas when you can just work out of your office. But Dad was a general dentist who worked at Adelson Institute. Mom was office manager. Katie was put on the payroll and was given checks, salaried checks, but there was no W-2 forms. There was no timesheets. There was no reviews. There was nothing that showed she actually worked there. She did use some of that money to have some murder boobs put on. Murder boobies are the best ones, I guess. And Charlie was dating. Yes. So Charlie was dating Catherine McBanoa. Catherine McBanoa's baby daddy was Sigfrida Garcia. And his best friend was Luis Rivera. Charlie asked Katie McBanoa on their second date, something like that, to see if she knew anyone that would take out a person for them. She's like, yeah, I know someone perfect. And asked her baby daddy. Well, now both her and her baby daddy are serving life in prison without parole. Her children are now without parents. So Luis Garcia had nothing to do with anybody except for Luis Rivera had nothing to do with anybody except for Sigfrido Garcia. And that's because they were childhood best friends. But Luis Rivera was also an Aladdin King, that's what Charlie calls it, but a Latin King. He ran the Miami division of the Latin King gang. But I will say that Luis Rivera had a heart, and he will never do anything in front of kids.
mean, he still drove him there, done all that stuff. Yeah. She had her first trial was hung. Second trial, she was offered 100% plea deal to walk over. She turned on all of them, and she denied it. And now she got life without parole. So she got a big old LWOP put on her. So we're gonna keep going.
Did you mention that that McBanawa could have gotten out if she rolled on them?
Yeah, I just said that about
okay.
100% immunity.
Mm-hmm.
But now she decided not to, so now both her kids are without parents.
Yep.
That's easy to do.
Parents, as in Donna and Harvey, about everything. And he tries to get
Right.
Katie to come to Donna and Harvey's building to meet with them. Instead of doing that, they end up meeting somewhere else. I think it was like a marina. Now, the agent still wants to keep stirring things up. Like everybody's moving around. Everybody's doing exactly what they're wanting them to do, right? So he sends another message to Donna. And once again, she gets all worked up and she calls Charlie and he agrees to come by the next day. Now, on the way there, Charlie calls Katie. This is showing how they're all connected. And he's like, yeah, there's a new problem and we may need to meet later that day. This was May 5th of 2016. So when Charlie gets there at the Icon to meet Donna and Harvey, they end up like kind of huddling up in the corner of the pool area and we're like whispering, talking, whatever, but there's no audio. So we don't know exactly what was said. Now, Donna ends up calling the undercover agent back and denies knowing anything about anything. She's like, yeah, I don't know anything about that. I don't even, I'm so stressed out. I talked to my friends about what I should do and how I should handle this. I don't know anything. I wish I could help you. Sorry. And she's just like, yep, not it. Obviously the agent knows she ain't telling the truth. So he pushes back and he's like, no, I know, whatever. And she's like, well, okay, I'll call you back. Now, apparently when she called, it's like an 8-minute phone call, a little more than 8 minutes. When she called him, she recorded that call with the undercover agent / guy who's trying to blackmail her. And she tells Charlie about it. She talks in code. She doesn't come out and say, hey, I recorded that call. She talks in code, but she lets him know it was recorded and tells him all about it. Now, at this point, it seems like Charlie is kind of starting to figure out that it's probably the police. And he calls Katie and again, he talks in code and he talks to her about a CD that he wants her to listen to. This is likely in reference to the call that Donna had recorded. And he referenced potbelly pigs. Now, according to the probable cause affidavit, the police are saying that that's supposed to be a reference to police. And Katie's like, that's not good. So everything starts closing in on them. In May of 2016, Katie and Sigfredo go get some burner phones from Walmart. Police were trying to talk to them, so they panicked. They ended up leaving the house where they live. A couple people go back and get some of their stuff and their dog. But Sigfredo is taken into custody during a traffic stop. Now, Lewis was arrested, but he tells police, he's like, I don't know anything, and he denies even being in Tallahassee. He doesn't enter a plea. But Sigfredo pleads not guilty, and his trial is set for November of 2016. Lewis, on the other hand, demands a speedy trial, which is set for October, 3 weeks prior to Sigfredo's. But before that happens, in September, Lewis and his attorney come in for a proffer, and he tells the police a few things that start putting everything together. He says he's known Sigfredo since they were kids. Sigfredo told him about a high-dollar robbery in Tallahassee, and he wanted Lewis to join him for it. Now, he said Sigfredo didn't actually even tell him that this was a murder until they had already left Miami heading to Tallahassee. He said that Sigfredo offered him $30,000, between $30,000 and $35,000. And he told him that there's a woman with 2 kids who wanted her ex-husband murdered so that she could have full custody of the kids in Miami. He said Katie is the one who presented this offer to them, and the total payment would be $100,000. So $40,000 would be for Sigfredo, $35,000 would be for Lewis, and then the rest for Katie. He said they went to Tallahassee from Miami with a long barrel 38 revolver, a short barrel 38, and a colored picture of Dan so they would know who they're looking for. Now, when they got there, they followed Dan around, and Lewis would later show them the routes that they went and like where they parked and all of that. But the trip was not successful. They weren't able to pull it off. They actually lost Dan when they were following him. So they ended up going back to Miami. Now, about a month later, they rented that silvery green Prius and returned to Tally. In a move that kind of reminds me of those two villains on Home Alone, you know, the wet bandits, Sigfredo apparently accidentally discharges his gun and shoots a hole through the floorboard of the Prius. Super smart. The car started losing power, and they figured out that Sigfredo had actually shot a hole through the gas line. They were able to fix it and keep it moving eventually. Now, when the police found the car later and searched it, they saw the fuel line had been spliced together, and then they saw that hole in the floorboard. So again, all of this is corroborating exactly what Lewis has told them. So on the morning of the 18th, they followed Dan, they pulled in his driveway, and Lewis said that Sigfredo got out, walked up to him, and shot him twice in the head. The two men then left Tally to go back to Miami. About an hour after they left, Sigfredo called Katie and let her know that it was done. They pulled over at a bridge and a waterway somewhere along the way and disposed of the gun and made their way back to Miami. Now, Katie brought a package for Lewis the next day, which was a stack of cash, $100 bills stapled together. Now, another girlfriend of Charlie's and also a former friend of his both confirmed that they had seen Charlie keep his money stapled together like this. So again, more corroboration about this money coming from Charlie.
We should stop and talk.
Katie is arrested for Dan's murder on October 1st. A few days later, Lewis accepts a plea deal. He pleads guilty to second-degree murder and is sentenced to 19 years. But here's the thing. He's already locked up at this point for something unrelated, and he's doing federal time. So his plea deal means that his time will run concurrently with the federal time that he's already serving. In exchange for that, he has to testify against the others. So at this point, everything's closing in. Now Katie and both of the hitmen have been arrested, and Charlie begins getting super paranoid and sketched out. He starts putting up security cameras everywhere, just super paranoid. I think he probably at this point is freaked out and knows he could be next. So then the trial starts. Sigfredo and Katie are tried together. Sigfredo is convicted and sentenced to life, but it's a hung jury for Katie. Now, because of COVID, it takes about 3 years before Katie is tried again. But when she is convicted and sentenced to life as well. But the month before Katie's second trial, Charlie was also arrested and charged with Dan's murder. So police were able to clean up that audio from his meeting with Katie at
Lily, are you
the
there?
restaurant that they met at. And they were able to hear his incriminating statements. So that's how he ended up getting arrested. They were able to clean up that audio. Then they felt, you know what? We have enough to arrest him now. So he got locked up too. Now, before Charlie's trial, the judge actually orders Donna and Harvey to come in for questioning since they're both on the witness list. But the attorneys end up agreeing to drop them from the witness list like less than a week before Charlie's trial. So they don't have to come in. Now, his trial started on it was October of 2023, but this is more than 9 years after Dan's murder. Now, Katie had been offered immunity for her testimony before her trial, and y'all, she turned it down. I know she's kicking herself for that now, but after her conviction, she actually surprised everyone and turned state's witness and testified against Charlie, which means now both Katie and Lewis are testifying against him and pointing at him as the one who pretty much orchestrated this whole thing, the maestro. Now, after only 3 hours of deliberation, Charlie is found guilty. There are phone calls between Charlie and his parents right after the verdict, and these are not good for Donna. This is where everything starts closing in on Donna. So there's this one call. She thinks that the phone call is over. Charlie is gone. It got disconnected. But the line is still open and recording her as she's talking to Harvey and then some other people that are there with her. Now, she talks about getting everything together and how she needs to, get paperwork and set everything up for the, make sure that grandchildren are taken care of and all this, like getting her affairs in order. And then she talks about finding a country that doesn't have extradition laws. She mentions Vietnam as one of those potential countries. She even says something about how, well, the police may get us at the airport, but at least it's worth a shot. Foreshadowing. Now, she also talks in that call about Wendy. She's mad. She's mad that Wendy hasn't even asked about Charlie. She said that Wendy doesn't even seem to care about any of them. She feels like Wendy just kind of used her like as a babysitter or a nanny for the kids when they were younger. But now Wendy doesn't need them because the kids are older and they're able to go to their friends' houses or whatever. Now, this really frustrates her because she said that every time Wendy calls needing something, if they have plans for whatever, they drop everything to help her or to go do this for her, to babysit or whatever it is she asks. They drop everything. And she said, Wendy won't even come over there and see them or ask about them. So she's not happy about it. Now, she reads some texts out loud that she had sent Wendy and then texts that Wendy had sent back. And in those texts, she said that she told Wendy, everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. This is right after Charlie's conviction. Now, also, the day after Charlie is convicted, Donna books a one-way ticket for her and Harvey to Vietnam, a non-extradition country. But she is arrested by the FBI at the Miami airport trying to board the plane to flee the country. And she is indicted for Dan's murder. Now, a lot of the evidence against Donna is thanks to her digital trail and recorded calls. For example, Lewis and Sigfredo arrived in Tallahassee area around midnight that night. This is 11 hours before Dan is killed. There's a long list of phone contact from that day. It's like Katie calls Sigfredo around midnight, and then Charlie and Katie have a couple of calls between then and 12:30. That's when the hitman actually arrived. I think it was right around the 12:30 area. Now, that's when Charlie calls Donna. By this time, it's 1 a.m. He's calling his mom at 1 a.m. Then early that morning around 8 a.m., Donna calls Wendy. There are a bunch of calls back and forth after that between, Charlie to Wendy, Charlie to Donna, Charlie to Katie, and Katie to Charlie. All of them are kind of going back and forth. There's a ton of calls almost back to back leading up to the time Dan was shot and for about half an hour after it. But Sigfredo's phone had no activity from the time they were in the gym parking lot when they were following Dan. I think that was around 10 a.m. until almost 12:30, which is when he called Katie. It's like an hour and a half after the shooting. A couple hours after Lewis and Sigfredo make it back to Miami, Katie leaves her.
You good? Everybody's caught up? Amy? She there? Okay.
Her place and goes to Lewis's. She and Sigfredo and Lewis are all together when she then contacts Charlie. Now, she left home and went to Charlie's, and she said that she stayed there until the next morning. And Katie said while she was there, Charlie was armed and acting frantic. So here's where more stuff about Donna comes in. He told Katie at that time that Donna and Harvey had just left and that they left money that his mom had washed. And this checks out because Donna actually texted Charlie around 9 p.m. that she was outside of his house. Although he denied it. He was like, yeah, I didn't see her. She just meant she was outside my house, passing by.
What's your question, Hate?
And then point it. And then point.
Charlie's is. I don't know if Katie's and the other two are. I'll look though.
You gotta go. Wait.
Katie said during Charlie's trial that the money was like actually damp and moldy. Like it was actually like physically washed. So he's like, yeah, hey, here's this money that my parents left that my mom washed. And she said it was actually damp and moldy, like it was physically washed. And it was stapled into $1,000 stacks, more stapled money. Despite all of this, Donna and Charlie still both maintain their innocence. So, since Donna has been arrested, she is not a big fan of jail life. Very different than her affluent Miami life. She has complained of cruel and unusual punishment, saying that her rights are being violated in Leon County Detention Center. She also doesn't like the menu at the jail is all carbs. She files an emergency motion to have the jail stop subjecting her to her current conditions of confinement, and she requests home arrest or house arrest. Now, she says that when she was being transported from South Florida to Tallahassee, that she wasn't given water or a bathroom break for like 4 or 5 hours. And that caused her to be shaky and dehydrated. And they had to call paramedics to a rest stop because she couldn't even stand or move. She also said when she got to Leon County, she was placed in solitary with a dirty blanket and a mattress on the floor and had to eat her food with her hands. She said jail staff were rude to her, and she is denied blood pressure medication sometimes, and she can't shower sometimes for days at a time. And she also said in like the first 2 weeks, she was only able to call Harvey once for like 5 minutes. So she wanted to be relieved from this and wanted house arrest, but that motion was denied. Now, Donna's trial was supposed to start in September of 2024, but on the first day of jury selection, everything derailed. Everything was halted because her attorney, Rashbaum, who also represented Charlie, had to withdraw because of conflict of interest. So now here we are with a whole new defense team getting ready to get it underway. Here's some reasons why this trial is kind of messy. Donna has asked to keep a lot of stuff out. She wants the divorce file of Wendy and Dan kept out. Now, remember, this is a crucial part of the prosecution's case because their whole thing is that, like, look, she's really involved, like overly involved in her kids' lives. And she was trying to orchestrate all of this stuff with this messy divorce. And she wanted to make sure that Wendy was able to move down south with them and she would do anything. And, you know, she was so involved in their divorce, whatever. So that's a big part of their whole groundwork for how all of this came about. That divorce file is like 560 pages, and the vast majority of the documents, Donna says, have no relevance. And she says, I wasn't even a part of it. The paperwork to keep this out, the defense says that the prosecution is just wanting to support the false narrative that there was a bitter custody battle. So another thing she wants to keep out, the storyline of Wendy's book. So for those of you who didn't watch the first trials, Wendy wrote a book. It is not like in the first person, it's not like, you know, like, oh, I, Wendy Adelson, did this and this and this. The lead character is like Lily, and she talks about being in this, you know, stuck in this small town that she hates. And there were actually, this was the topic in some of the jail calls. This was brought up in Charlie's trial, and Charlie said in the jail calls that he was upset about this because he's like, Wendy wrote this book and he's basically like talking crap about Tallahassee and being stuck in this podunk town on her way to the big city of Miami. And it gave the impression to these Tallahassee jurors that Wendy thinks she's better and smarter than all of them. That's not good for the jurors to think or feel that way. And Donna's argument in the papers is that Wendy wrote the book at a different time, and that's not necessarily a reflection of how she felt at the time Dan was murdered. So she wanted it out, but that motion was denied. Now, that phone call I mentioned earlier where Charlie was disconnected and Donna kept on talking and said all those incriminating things, she also wanted that kept out, but that motion was denied. She wanted Judge Everett disqualified. That's the same judge who saw Charlie's case and is now seeing hers. And she wanted Everett disqualified, and that was denied. She wanted to move the venue, and that was denied. She wants to prevent anyone from interpreting her emails, recorded phone calls, and text messages. She also wanted to subpoena Wendy to testify. So she's wanting to subpoena her daughter, Wendy, to testify for her. But Wendy's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to testify for her. The thing is, Wendy doesn't want to testify for Donna because if she testifies under her subpoena for the state, she has immunity. If she's called in and has to testify for her mom, she doesn't have that same immunity, only as a state's witness. So what this means is that anything that Wendy says on the stand that's not like already part of what the prosecution has against her or knows against her, but anything that they have against her before she testifies is what it is. But anything that comes out on the stand, anything that she says on the stand cannot be used against her if charges are brought against her, which I personally think they will be after Donna's trial. So that's what it means when it says she has immunity. That doesn't mean she can't ever be prosecuted for it. It doesn't mean that she can't ever get in trouble for it. It means that whatever she says on the stand while she's testifying under that state subpoena can't be used against her if she is prosecuted. So if she comes and testifies for Donna, she doesn't have that. But the defense is like, look, you're not going to get the whole story if you don't let us call her as a witness, because the defense is only able to cross-examine her on things that are brought up during direct examination that Georgia Kappelman will do of Wendy. So the defense can only talk about those things, nothing else. But the judge was like, we'll quash the subpoena. He sided with Wendy and the Constitution on that one because she said anyway, she's like, I'm just going to plead the fifth. I'm not testifying for my mom. So that's that. Kind of makes you wonder though, right? Family issues. Now, the topic of the Latin Kings also came up, and Donna wants to be able to say that she was scared of the Latin Kings and scared of retaliation, and that is why she acted so weird after the FBI bump. But I don't know. I think Charlie said at that point he didn't know who the killers were or that they were connected to the Latin Kings, if I remember right. So I don't know. We'll see how that one goes. The prosecution is saying, we don't have to bring up the Latin Kings because that's not an important part of how all of this works out. But she's wanting to bring it up, saying, I was scared of them. She also wants to keep out a witness named Sarah Yusuf. Now, Sarah is one of Wendy's friends, and apparently she overheard Donna saying some stuff about Dan after his murder. She said that she overheard Donna allegedly saying, they're talking about Dan like he was a beloved professor, but you know something? He was a jerk. Now, Sarah was like, that's weird because Dan had just died. And she said to her, it conveyed this inappropriate anger, especially considering, he had just died. He's never going to bother y'all again. He's never going to bother anybody. And it's weird to speak over the dead, especially right after that. So she thought the whole thing was weird. Donna wants all of that kept out. Oh, and she also wants Stephen Webster kept out. That's Dan's divorce attorney.
What?
We saw that the slide installed there was no longer there, so that could not go inside. So,
hello, did you say something?
Oh, sorry. I was asking Kung Fu Panda how martial arts was. My bad.
Oh. All right.
Attorney. And there's a motion to suppress the quote unquote jailhouse snitches. So there's a couple of jailhouse snitches that are, or informants that are brought up here. One of them is named Drina Bernhardt, and the other one is Mickey Easterwood, aka Mickey Lang. Now, apparently, Donna was in jail talking to these women. Now, Drina Bernhardt is the one where a lot of this issue kind of comes up. She was talking to Drina. Drina had conversations with police about things that Donna was saying, but the police are like, look, you can't go in there and like ask her questions to get her to talk and then come to us with that information, because that would mean that you're acting as an agent of the state. Like you're digging for information, and you can't do that. Now, if she randomly says something to you in a conversation, you know, you can tell us those things, but you can't just go trying to get information to then bring it to us. Now, Mickey Lang says, oh yeah, I heard Drina when she was talking to her. She was asking her questions. So she was acting as an agent of the state. So Donna wants everything that she said left out because she said that Drina was acting as an agent of the state. So a lot of that has been redacted. Now, we have heard, though, that the informant is saying that Donna offered to pay for witness testimony. So we'll see how that goes. This continues to be one of those trials that is, or I guess one of those cases, because there's been multiple trials, that just seems like it is going and going and going, and it may never end. Like I said, I think Wendy's going to be next. I think that, you know, we might be sitting here in another year or two talking about this all over again, and I'll just have to include all of the details from Donna's trial in this as we're going over that. So we'll see. Now, we will be streaming live on Crime Junkie Jury here every single day of trial. So come join us. It's great. We'll watch it. I will be able to answer questions, break everything down. We'll have a whole group of Crime Junkie jurors to sit here and chat with and react with. And it gets a little wild, so we will be able to experience it all together.
Okay. So, any questions? Yes, Harvey, the dad, is a general dentist who worked at the Adelson Institute. I have gone through, and it's under Amy's name, but I have put all the links to all the different chats. My kids pay for a 2-bedroom apartment about $1,800. So, hey, turn it down. Come to talk time with Amy and Kelly. So, if you go scroll back in the chat and you want to see other court cases, there's the Charlie case, the Katie McBanoa case. Luis Rivera did not have a trial. He pled guilty, but I did share his interviews along with his plea deal. So that's about it, guys. That's it for me for the day. I got a child who's all up on my business, and I got a husband that I want to spend time with, and kids to feed and start my weekend. So I hope this little thing with Brandy I played that kind of explained everything with a chart made things a little bit easier to understand on what you're watching. And we will see you guys tomorrow. I will put Brandy Churchwell's link to 13th Juror, as well as the link to hold on, as well as the link to the Crime Junkie Jury. I'm gonna put those in the chat as well. So later, Gator. I'm sure I'll see you following me around chats and stuff. But love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us.
It's been a long day, but I'm glad we got to able to kind of give you guys a little excerpt of what is happening because I know people have a lot of questions. If you did not see it, thanks, Zach. There's Brandy Churchwell's, and then Crime Junkie Jury is the other one. She streams on. And go and check her out. And Brandy can break it down because she's got some Churchwell charts that just are amazing. They say bye too. Thank you guys for all hanging out with me today. Liam's Mr. Talkative right now. But I will. Declan says bye, guys, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Declan.
No, say bye to them. Say bye, everybody. Hey, Liam, say bye, everybody.
Mom.
Bye, Declan.
No.
Mom,
It's Judu.
Bye,
yeah,
Declan.
but the last one.
Hey. No, say bye, chat.
Chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, Declan.
No. Okay, you're Declan, guys. He said bye, Declan.
He's used to me leaving.
We love you guys. We'll talk to you soon. See you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. for Bad Kids Club.
How I supposed to say that? Talk time with Amy in Boston and Kelly. Time with Amy, Boston and Kelly. Talk 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 time with Amy, Boston and Kelly. Is a member, y'all. Is a member, y'all, to the Gene Deal Show. Talk time with Amy in Boston and Kelly. Talk time with Amy, Boston and Kelly. Talk time with Amy, Boston and Kelly is a member to the Gene Deal Show. Oh, thank you for your membership. Talk time with Amy and Boston and Kelly on the Gene.